Can we do a sound check?
I've got you. Do you guys have me?
I've got you. Thank you.
Do you need me to turn on the machines down here, Adam?
Go ahead and turn on the television there. I've got everything else running.
Okay. Good morning, Sue. How are you?
Good. Hi, Adam.
Good morning.
Nice day. Already.
Yeah,
It's cold out.
no, not at all. Hey.
So we do have the live stream working and functional this morning out to YouTube. I'm having some errors having the actual embedded video play at the direct site level, but if there is a link there to click and watch the video via YouTube.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Adam.
No problem. We may just make that a redirect link to the standard channel anyways.
Good morning, Kayla. How are you?
How are you?
I'm well. How about you, Jackie?
Good.
So I'll set it on top there, maybe.
Okay.
Or maybe I can sign it now and then I can give it to Cammie. This is the appointment letter for Dr. Lake.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla. Is Maria going to be joining us by phone? Do you know?
I do actually, I was just, when I have that back, we also have your type
Okay.
So this, then I see.
Nope, there she is. Wow.
No, I'll bring it down with you. Yeah, I'll bring it down.
Oh, so you're going up there anyway?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back. So will grab it. I had it sitting on my desk.
Okay, thank you.
Want me to bring it down?
Yeah.
I'll put it on my desk.
It's ACIT2.
Probably, yeah.
I don't know why it's not connecting.
Good morning, Miss Owen. How are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
Well, thanks. Sorry about getting you up so early, but thanks for being willing to join us.
Absolutely. It's no problem.
All right. Well, just to give you a little background, we'll just ask you a few questions, and if you have some questions for us, that would be super. We'll do what we can to answer them. I have Sue Ibarra is our commissioner. I'm Pete Gosar, and then Heber Richardson. We'll just get started without until if he walks in here, great. But I want to be respectful of your time.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you.
All right. So good morning. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do?
Sure. So I've been in Laramie for about 12 or 13 years. I went to UW as an undergrad, and then I worked in a vet clinic shortly after that, and I returned to UW as a staff employee, and I've worked various positions at UW since then. Currently, I am working at the Wyoming Center on Aging, and I work as a subcontractor on a CDC grant administering diabetes education and cardiovascular health. So that's where I'm at now. I'm also a master's student, currently enrolled part-time. I'm finishing up my thesis in international studies at UW as well.
Awesome. Well, could you tell me a little bit about why you decided to put in? And so thank you very much for being willing to volunteer. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. So my sister actually served on this committee before, and unfortunately she moved, and the space opened up, and she told me about it, and it seemed like a perfect fit. I firmly believe in giving back to my community, and I am passionate about higher education and having it be accessible for all. And I feel like this is a great way to give back to the community that I live in, that I love, and also, kind of serve that higher education, because I do think it does develop well-rounded, critical thinking citizens, and I think that's incredibly important.
All right. Sue, do you have any questions?
Yeah, Maria, you sound pretty busy with your schoolwork and other work. Do you have any problems fulfilling the responsibilities of being able to engage with the committee?
And I'm sorry, your voice is a little garbled for me, but I believe you were asking if I have any complications or issues.
Any time you see.
No, I think that the time constraints would be just fine. I think that I can fulfill the responsibilities. I watched my sister do it for 3 years, and so I kind of am aware of the time commitment, and I think it would fit in with my schedule very well.
Thank you.
Anything else? Is there anything, I know this has been pretty brief, but Maria, is there anything else that you'd like to share with us about the scholarship committee it meets? I have not ever been on it, so I'll be telling you I'm a little bit ignorant of it. It's a few times in the spring, probably depending on the number of applicants we get, filtering out those applicants and then forwarding a suggestion or two to us. Any problem with that or any of those issues?
No, not at all. I served on the faculty awards committee for 3 years while I was in academic affairs, and I've done numerous scholarships myself and grant applications myself. So I'm very comfortable with, filling out the matrices and figuring out who might be the best fit for that scholarship.
So the committee, this appointment will be until February of 2024. And what will happen, we'll let you go this morning to your day. Thank you for joining us so early. And Jackie will call everybody, whether they got selected or not, and let people know probably after the meeting today. And I sure do appreciate your willingness to volunteer. Thank you so much, Maria.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, have a good morning.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
The commissioners just finished interviewing Maria Owen, who is applying as an applicant for the scholarship committee.
Gotcha.
Good morning, Heber. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Just scrambling to get all of my responsibilities rolling.
Right.
Anyway.
The next applicant will be Robert Moore for the Planning and Zoning Commission, and he's scheduled for 8 a.m. this morning.
Okay. I'm headed that direction, and if I can, I'll just stay on the call while I head that direction. So I'm sort of here, even though I'm sort of not. So I'll just mute myself and hang out until we go again.
Okay.
Get out of that McDonald's parking lot.
Oh, gosh. That's quality food right there. I'm too stuck.
I would have thought you tired of it after all the screaming.
My kids eat McDonald's, but I don't. I'm celiac. I can't go there.
All right.
All right, I'm going to mute myself, and I'll, whenever Pete calls, I'll be back on.
You're still not able to get on, huh? It should just automatically.
I know it says it's.
How about taking that cord right there? That black cord, and just pointing it at your side and it'll automatically.
Oh,
That,
this
yep, that, work.
Oh,
Did you get on? So, okay. Good morning, Mr. Peach. How are you this morning?
I'm fine. How are you guys this morning?
Doing well, thanks. Thanks for being early. We have one more person before you to apply for planning and zoning, and then we'll come to you right at 8:15. So if you need coffee or you need something else, you have a minute or two.
Okay. Not a problem. If you need somebody else to consider for planning and zoning, stick my name in there too.
That's a nice publication.
Morning, Jackie. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Brian. Good, thank you. Nice to see you.
How's your mom?
She's doing better.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's good.
Is everybody joining us by Zoom? Good. Okay, awesome. So Sue, if Bob isn't in a couple of minutes, you want to do Mr. Peach, and then we'll switch them.
You just forwarded an email from Mr. Moore, and it says, "Good morning. Due to increasing obligations and responsibilities in my personal and business lives, I ask you to please remove my name from consideration for the open position of the planning board. Given these circumstances, I would not be able to give my best to the position, nor to the citizens of Albany County. I realize this is last minute and apologize for any inconvenience it may cause to your office and the county commissioners. Thank you, Robert."
Okay.
Got it. I was just coming up like, oh,
Thank you,
I
Kayla.
just saw that email. I'm like, oh, goodness sakes, okay. All right, does anybody need anything else?
Nope.
Okay.
Heber, are you still with us?
I am.
Yeah, so our 8 o'clock, Mr. Moore pulled his name out of the hat.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. But actually, it's nice that he did that before.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not an inconvenience at all. Really.
Right. And we have, prefer. It's not scheduled to 8:15, but Mr. Peach is with us, so whichever you prefer is fine.
Oh, let's interview it.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Peach. How are you this morning again?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing well, thanks. Thanks for joining us early. It worked out great for us. Hopefully for you.
Just took me a while to figure it out. I'm not the most tech savvy person in the world, but I got it.
Okay, awesome.
Well, we're right there with you. At least I am.
Yeah. So thank you for being willing to volunteer for the Predator Management Control District. As you well know, probably, it's a 3-year term to end April 22nd. And this board opening has been open since April of 2019. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself, please?
Sure. I'm born and raised in Wyoming. I was born in Rollins, graduated high school there. I'm good friends with Anthony Gonzalez, Jackie's husband. Him and I went to high school together there. Spent my youth growing up in the Carbon County area, Encampment, Saratoga, Rollins. I spent several years trapping there, so I know a little bit about the predators in and around south central Wyoming. I spent 35 years in Austin, Texas. I had to leave Wyoming in the 70s when there weren't no jobs around here, and I ended up in Austin, met my wife there, fell in love, got married, and started having kids, and found a good job down there. And I'm a retired master plumber now. I worked my way up from not knowing anything about the plumbing industry to becoming one of the vice presidents of a $50 million a year company. When I retired, I told my wife at the time that when I retire, I'm going home to Wyoming. She didn't think 35 years would go by as fast as it did, but it did, and we're here now. Both of my children live in Laramie. All of my grandchildren live in Laramie. We're all about 3 minutes apart, so it's great. It's the only reason that I could get my wife to come here, because she's born and raised Texan. But we're here. We've been here about 5.5 years now. I've served on a few of the boards and commissions through the city and through the county. Mr. Richardson may remember me. He appointed me to the Civic Center board at one time, and I served 2 terms on that board until they dissolved it. I've tried numerous occasions to get on other boards and commissions, and I believe in giving back to the community. I believe in helping in any way I can. I've got all the time in the world because I am fully retired. So is my wife. Like I say, like if you want to consider me for the planning commission, or well, actually what I had applied for, I applied for the fair board, but I found out that you guys had already appointed somebody for that as well. I love the fair and rodeo, grew up with 4-H and all that good stuff. So I just want to give back to the community, and I'm just trying to get involved in any way, shape, or form that I can. All of the other commissions and boards that I had served on in the past have all either been disbanded or my term expired. So I just want to help. And like I said, I do know something about the predators in and around Wyoming. I just want to help.
Thank you so much. Heber, do you have any questions for Mr. Peach?
You know, Brian, it's good to have you play. I'm kind of missing this. What I'll say is, I guess I'll ask you how familiar you are with the plant, what the predator management work does.
Ask that again, please. I didn't quite get it.
He asked how familiar you
How
are.
familiar are you with what the predator management board does?
Not very much. No, I will admit that I do not. I'm not exactly sure what they do.
Well, it's kind
Okay.
They get their funds from brand inspection fees. So
Great. I have a registered brand with the state of.
appointment.
Say that again, please.
Well, it's privately funded.
Okay.
In the sense that the brand inspection fees pay for the predator management.
Okay.
It's basically dealing with nasty critters that harm agriculture.
Sure. Well, I have a ranch just north of Saratoga. I have a registered brand with the state of Wyoming. I'm well aware of what coyotes and all those type of animals can do to livestock. I've had to deal with it myself in the past. So that, yes, I'm well aware of all that stuff.
Well, that's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Ibarra. Well, Mr. Peach, I think these meet monthly, the meetings for the Predator Control Board. Is that could be any issue? I know you're retired, but you might have a real full life of fishing and hunting and hanging out with grandkids, but any problem with making those meetings work for your schedule?
What day of the week do they meet on?
There's a good question. We'll look it up for you.
Okay. During the winter, I am involved with the local billiards league. I play on Wednesday nights. Other than that, I have no other restrictions. The question that I would have, though, is why has this position remained open since 2019?
I guess no applicants. Is the simple answer.
Okay. How many other members are on the board?
I can tell you, Mr. Peach, that there is not a designated date that they meet. There is a representative from five representatives from the livestock, two representatives from sportsmen, three representatives from sportsmen, which are county appointments. And so there are currently, there should be 10 individuals that are on this particular board. And so they meet sporadically and do not have an assigned meeting date or time.
Okay.
So I guess they'll get in touch with you, Mr. Peach, and arrange the meetings is how I would expect that to happen.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, it looks like we have one opening, and you are the sole applicant. So I would say your chances are pretty good. Generally, how it works is after you get done at the end of the meeting, we'll make appointments. And then somebody from Jackie's office will call you one way or the other.
Okay.
So, we sure do appreciate your willingness to volunteer. Is there anything that you'd like to share with us before we send you on to your day?
Like I said, I just want to help. Like I said, I spent 35 years in the plumbing industry. I've applied for planning and zoning commission several times through the city and through the county as well. I've got a vast background of knowledge of how county fairs and stuff like that. I used to rodeo. I spent years in 4-H. So if you guys find some other place you want to put me, feel free, because I got all the time in the world, and all I want to do is help.
Yeah, well, that's super great. And I spent some time in Austin in my career, and that was a fun city to go to. I don't know what it was like to live there, but it was certainly fun to visit.
Well, I got there in 1980, and Austin was approximately 350,000 people at that time. I left in 2015, and it was 1.5 million. So the growth was phenomenal, and it got to the point where it was just too big. It was time to go home. So
Right.
that's why I'm back.
Well, thank you so much for being willing to volunteer, and thanks for joining us this morning.
You bet. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
But I'll get you it.
Yeah. 15 minutes ahead. Sue? Look at that. Look at this road. We got the deal. Let's see, huh?
Right? Oh.
Pardon the intrusion, commissioners. What's the next, what time is the next interview?
8:30.
Okay, I'm gonna run over and just do a quick mic check. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Adam. Hey, you're right.
Is that you screen sharing or Jackie screen sharing? Whose screen is that?
I think back here, yeah. And I think Adam's doing it from remotely, was doing it remotely. So all of a sudden the thing would just dance and let anybody in. And I was like, this is awesome.
Hey, Adam.
Because he's the wizard on
Right.
behind the curtain.
Mr. Podium test.
Yeah, loud and clear. Adam, are you still, the meeting is still being recorded. Do you want to pause that until they start again?
That's fine.
Did you break it, Sue? It's been here
I
for,
guess I'm on timeout.
you've been here for 38 minutes and the thing's broken.
What happened? Your mic?
Yeah.
That's from Jackie.
These things are highly reliable, right?
Yeah.
I've never. Maybe they're at the end of their lives, because in all the time I've ever, that's been the last technical issue we ever, I mean, we've never had any.
Yeah. Just through.
Just steal that one.
Give me your name.
Can we hear Commissioner Adbar now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. No, no problem.
Sue, can you speak into it?
Yes, testing.
Yes, that's loud and clear.
Super. Okay.
Say that again. Gotcha.
This is loud. Can't be heard. It's not a
Morning, Candy.
Gotcha.
Okay,
I'm
so
good.
you
How
can
are you
register calling the Zoom number listed after the registration.
I got you. I never meant to not be here.
It's just with all the we've done YouTube and all that now.
Right? Yep.
Thank you, Cammy.
The Predator Management Board is the one that nobody realized exists. You know, just there. And I think because it's mostly industry people.
Hebrew, I'm actually glad you asked that question because I was going to ask it, but then I didn't have any details on what they do. So I'm
Right.
glad you were able to. So they're privately funded through the branding organization.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's $1 per brand inspection. You know, so get semi-load with 100 sheep in it, it's $100, right? So I think there's more brand inspection fee than that, but $1 portion of the brand inspection fee goes to funding Predator. So
And who actually takes care of it? The
They
actual
hire-
management of the,
they hire a depredation company guy. And I used to remember his name, but I can't remember it now.
And some of the guys are just fantastic, like in Suffolk County. They had a guy
Right.
who would fly his plane and shoot coyotes.
are you serious?
Yes, and out the window. And he was always making emergency landings in the sagebrush and
Oh
stuff.
my gosh.
Well, that's what happens here. They-
Right.
Coyotes are pretty destructive. And when the rabbit population is up, so's the coyote population right behind it. And then the rabbits, you know, there's some ebb and flow. Then the coyotes turn to sheep and people's critters.
Yeah, well, I think at least in town, the rabbits have got it right now.
Right. They've
The
been winning.
fox population is down or something, but I've got, you know,
And there's a lot
dead
of bunnies.
rabbits nibbling on my flower gardens.
And bunnies are cute, but they're actually jackrabbits are really destructive to the range. They eat a massive amount of forage.
Good morning, Miss Hennig. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. How are you all?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Doing fine, thank you.
Well, we're a couple minutes early. We can start if you're ready.
I'm ready and able to get started.
Awesome. Well, good morning and thank you for being willing to join us and volunteer for the Planning and Zoning Commission. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself, please?
Sure. Well, my educational background is in geology, and I have applied my geologic skills in the environmental regulatory world for 18 years, sometimes as a consultant, sometimes as a regulator. And I feel like my work experience has enabled me to make pragmatic decisions about helping businesses to operate properly in compliance with various rules and regulations, and that all of these things can work harmoniously together. I also currently am sitting on the Planning and Zoning Commission and Board of Adjustments for the City of Laramie, which I'm willing to resign from if selected for this position. And I feel like that experience, I'm starting my fourth year now, my second term. I've gotten to understand a lot about what goes into making decisions about locations of subdivisions, how they grow, how important new housing stock is for our community. And I guess it's also enabled me to develop some strong relationships with city staff.
Thank you so much. We'll go around the table here and ask a few questions and then give you an opportunity if there's something that we don't cover, Maury, if you just let us know at the end. All right?
Sure.
So who would like to go first? Mr. Richardson?
I gotta stuff something in my mouth.
Let's go here to
Okay.
Vanessa Ivera.
Okay. Mara, thanks for putting in your application. You have a very impressive resume, and I'm sure I'm more than qualified. I just want to know what's your thoughts on a joint aquifer protection plan? Do you think it should be something that is shared between the county as well as the city?
I do believe that there's an opportunity to work together between county officials and city officials to come up with a plan that everybody agrees to following. It certainly creates a lot of confusion right now, the way the two plans have some differences in how they operate. And it's really been, I guess it really puts the city at a disadvantage to always be having to deal with challenges and conflict in the county in order to safeguard the city water wells. So I think a joint effort is extremely important. It would reduce some of the inefficiencies that we've experienced in the past over this, and it would give one playbook to everybody to follow.
Thank you. I have another question. Mara, I'm just going to ask you the same questions that I had asked previous applicants, and wanted to know if you think that the county commissioners should have some latitude in denying a request before them, whether it's a subdivision or whatever it is, as even if the applicant has completed all requirements, should there still be some latitude in the decision making from the end of the commissioners?
I guess it's my understanding that that latitude, that discretion has always been there. And that I guess there's a couple instances in the past where I wish the latitude had been taken. I can think of an example where I saw the latitude taken where I thought it was very appropriate, and that was out at the Wild Horse Ranch when there was an effort to make one of the lots there commercial. The county commissioners at that time turned down that request, even though I believe those applicants had ticked off every box, and with the exception of maybe, I think there were some problems with fire trucks turning around, but the planning commission nonetheless approved it, and then it went to the county commissioners, and they used that latitude available to them to deny that zoning request change. So I believe that you have the latitude, and there are appropriate times to take the latitude, but you have to have a consistent playbook on how you do that so that it's not considered arbitrary and capricious.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Richardson, please. Good morning, Jennifer.
Maura, it's good to see you today.
Nice to see you, Commissioner Richardson. Hope you're doing well.
Kind of. For this meeting, I'm doing well. In other areas of my life, there is some challenge.
It's super challenging right now.
I guess I'm curious if you can elaborate a little bit on your thoughts on why we had the discretion when we did on that commercial lot in Wild Horse Ranch.
So you're asking why did you use that discretion?
Yeah, what your understanding is of what our discretion was and how we used it.
Well, it seemed to me that the planning commission signed off on this zoning change. I wasn't attending the meeting where the commissioners decided to deny that request, but it seemed as though, reading about it in the Boomerang, that the decisions were made based on that it seemed like the developer was being speculative and had no plan to actually turn it into a commercial property. I guess I don't know what latitude, what decision-making latitude you took. It just seems as though you did. And it also seems as though for other decisions that have come before the commissioners, Mr. Gertsch has pointed out that the commission did not have to approve what was before you. So I guess I haven't looked at the zoning ordinance and the law in the recent month to refresh my memory, but I would imagine, like in most regulatory situations, you have some discretionary ability on whether to approve everything that comes before you or whether you have the latitude to say no.
Okay. Maura, could you tell us a little bit about your work in the groundwater in New Mexico, not only the prevention program, but also some of your work as a consultant and a staff geologist?
Sure. I feel like I'm really fortunate in my career to have had a lot of different experiences from, septic tank leach fields, gas stations, 2,000 head dairies, water rights. Water rights are a particularly vexing topic when you start getting into them, but very interesting. I guess overall, I don't know if I'm answering your question very well, Commissioner Gosar, Chair Gosar, but I feel like all my work experience has helped me to be able to see that a business owner is trying to accomplish a certain set of goals. A regulatory agency is trying to make sure that those goals are met in a safe way. And that if everybody can communicate together, you should be able to work harmoniously towards everybody's goals together. And I feel like my work career, whether I was in the consultant seat or in the regulator seat, talking to consultants and business owners, I feel like my work history has proven me to be a reasonable, pragmatic, and transparent communicator and decision maker.
And then I guess my final question would be, could you talk to me a little bit about the role of the public in the planning and zoning process and what could be done better? And what you have seen in your time working with our planning and zoning office?
Well, I guess that's somewhat complicated, I imagine. Well, one thing I got to say in general about Zoom, I don't know if you've been seeing this in the county, but for the city planning and zoning meetings, we're seeing so many more people show up via Zoom. It's been a really wonderful way to include the public that I hope when COVID is over is still a part of how we can function, because it really seems like it's opened up the door to more participation, especially for people who are working. They can still maybe close their office door and set aside time to Zoom in. So I think that's been a silver lining to the COVID epidemic. But otherwise, I guess I can think of times where I took time out of my schedule to attend planning commission meetings with the county. And like one time, members of the public weren't even allowed to speak. Other times, they were limited in how they could speak. And I guess the example that I had at that time was working on the city or volunteering on the city planning commission. And that at that time, Chair McGrath really set a noble example of just letting people have the floor whenever they wanted and letting them retake the floor if they felt like they needed to say something. I felt like he really made an effort to bend over backwards to let people speak. And I thought that was a good ethic to show that would be nice to see the county do as well.
Thank you. And commissioners, do you have any other questions?
I do not.
Maura, is there anything that we didn't ask about that you'd like to share with us before we send you off to your morning?
No, I guess I can't help but want to bring up the unfortunate conflict that occurred during one meeting with Commissioner Spiegelberg, sorry. I'm always wanting to put an extra ER on the end of his name for some reason. I would try to work with everybody in a cooperative fashion. On the day of that particular event, when he followed me out and I didn't realize he was following me out, I genuinely turned to him to try to have a cooperative discussion. And I would continue to try to turn to everybody to have a cooperative discussion. At that point, then Commissioner Jones interceded and got Mr. Spiegelberg to remove himself. But I just want to be really clear that my intentions always are to have clear, open communication. If it I didn't expect it to invite such conflict. And I am still willing to go forward in a peaceful way, trying to work with anybody.
Well, thank you for that, and I'm sorry that that unfortunate event happened. I don't know that that will be tolerated much longer. So thank you so much. I hope you have a great morning. And generally, we have a few more interviews today. Maura will make a decision at the end of the meeting. You're probably familiar with how we do this. And then somebody from Jackie's office will call you one way or the other. And then away you go. This term expires, an unexpired term to end January of 2022. So just a little bit over a year, or under a year, excuse me.
Yep, no, I understand that it's a open seat only because Mr. Cunningham vacated it.
That's correct. Yep. Well, thank you so much for being willing to volunteer. Thanks for your answers this morning and your time. Sure do appreciate it, and have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
Maura.
Mr. Sullivan, good morning. How are you? I see your smiling picture there.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Well, thanks. We've got about 3 minutes before we officially start, but we could start if you wanted to.
Sure.
Well, let's do
How's
this.
everybody? It's nice to see everybody. And Sue, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, good morning, and thanks for being willing to volunteer for the scholarship committee. Mr. Sullivan, thank you for being here. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself, your background, and why you want to be on the scholarship committee, please?
Okay. Well, I've been associated with the county for some time, as all of you know. And that was my first exposure to the scholarship committee. And I was quite enthused with that process and what it does for people to get an education that may not have the means. And so I've always been a strong supporter of the scholarship committee, or the scholarship. And I think it's a great thing for all of our community and our youth. So it's one of those things that's an easy one to jump onto. It's not like the Planning Commission.
Right. All right. Well, we'll just ask some questions from Commissioner Richardson and Commissioner Ibarra, and then away we go. Commissioner Richardson.
Tim, I'm glad to see you.
It's good to see you, Heber. It's been a long time.
Yes, I have to say that I don't really have any questions because I think I know what value you bring to that scholarship committee. I just feel like shooting the bull with you a little bit. Are you doing all right these days?
Oh yeah. It's been busy, but it's been good. It's been a crazy last year, and this year's starting out a little crazy too, unfortunately.
What does COVID do to you in your?
Nothing. All of my business is over the phone anyway, and the internet, so it doesn't make any difference either.
Gotcha.
So I'm good. And all of my customers are all working from home, so that's good. So it's not a problem.
I'm glad you applied for this. It's fun.
Okay, thanks.
Are you still on the CS? Are you still on the CSBG board?
Yes. In fact, we have a meeting coming up next week at some time.
Yeah. Good times. All right. I'll turn it over to somebody else.
Commissioner Ibarra.
Thank you. Tim, what do you enjoy most about sitting on this committee?
Well, I've only gone through one cycle. I was put on, and I can't remember, Jackie, it was an unexpired term that I took somebody's place. And so I really only had the opportunity to go through two grant applications periods. And it's just great to see the kids and how smart they are. And you can, just what outstanding young citizens they are. And it gives them a foot up to be able to move on with their higher education. It's just heartwarming, Sue. It's not a lot of heavy lifting. I'll put it that way. The problem is, it's like you, when you have all of the non-for-profits coming in asking for money, and how do you allocate those funds? And that's the hard part, as you know. That's really a difficult job. Well, you probably haven't gone through that yet, but you've lived through it on the other side. And it's just heart-wrenching because you see people, everybody has a need, but how do you allocate those funds? But this one's a fun one.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Tim, I guess, what have you found to be the hardest part? I think I can understand what you thought to be the best part of being on the scholarship committee, of awarding grants to people that could use it and forward their education. What's the hardest part about being on the scholarship committee?
Really, it's not an issue at all. The hardest part goes back to who do you pick? And that's the same with you when you allocate funds for nonprofits, between you and the city, and how you allocate those funds. Because it's difficult. Everybody has a need. And how do you logically go through that and figure out who really needs it the most?
Yeah. Well, is there anything else you'd like us to know before I turn you loose on your day? We have, it appears to be 2 openings on the scholarship committee. And one of them ends February of 2024. Do both of them end February 2024? So would there be any problem with that for the next 3 years? We'd have you yoked to the mill for about 3 more years, Tim?
Well, as long as I don't die between now and then, that'll be good.
Okay. Well,
actually, I've set my retirement date to 2034, so I've got to live that long.
You've been real bold enough to have a retirement date. I've just given up on that, Tim.
Well, I'll be 80. I'll be 85, so I think it'll be time.
Okay. Well, if you don't have anything else to share with us, thank you so much for your work on the scholarship committee, and thanks for being willing to apply again and for your time this morning. Have a great afternoon. It looks like a beauty out there.
It is a nice day. And thank you for all your service. I know what you do, and it's not an easy job. It's something different every day, isn't it?
Right. Yeah. Well, thanks. Have a great day, Tim. Appreciate it.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
I like his picture.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was fun to sit with.
Yeah.
What's that?
He has a dog that will intentionally roll the ball out on the sidewalk as the student is passing, or as I have passed, just to have him throw it back and play.
Yeah,
It's so
played
funny
ball
to
with
see.
this dog in his yard.
Is it a border collie or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I met that dog.
Holy smokes.
It's time to stand up.
All right. We'll get to the start of the meeting and we'll be here 2 hours already.
Good, how are you? I know I need to scoot over so I can see it. Your new microphone is much better. Oh, good. Well, because I think you did it. Oh, yeah, so I, when we first talked this story, I was like, it's not Laramie. That's how you put that.
47 minutes. That's a new record.
Wait till you see what I do to you inside 2 months.
My employees are asking me a bunch of questions.
Of course, that's how it has to happen today.
Yeah.
I find if I just give them bad answers, either then they'll go ask someone who actually knows. They'll go asking me questions.
Well, it's like simple stuff. Like my guy gets where he's going, and the door's locked and nobody's there. So I send him the contact file, bam, and call the guy and sort it out.
Right.
So I don't fix it all. It's that one little piece of information. And I don't even intentionally, I don't really want to be the one who has all the information. I try not to be that one. Because that's obnoxious. You don't ever want it. Right. You don't ever want to be the keystone of your whole operation. You don't run it up.
So Jackie, anything else from Rollins? I guess the thing that I had was with you. Oh, is that right? Right. Scion hasn't existed for years, right? That was a pretty vital organization at one time. They even had cheerleaders for basketball. I remember that. I remember going to watch that. I know.
She was, yeah, you know, she was just the party when you went to Canada. Oh, those were the days.
Oh, we used to drive this maroon El Camino, and it was parked in the church parking lot during the mass, and we go out and it was totally on fire. It just blew up. Don't know what it was, thank God it wasn't in it. But what was in that? El Camino.
Who had that, Mario?
Mario.
Well, it seems like everybody I know has roots in Carbon County somewhere, right? You know, Devin's parents are Carbon County originals.
Really?
Yeah. And in fact, I think Ike is a fifth generation Wyomingite, her son.
When they moved to the other side of the state.
That was just recent. I mean,
Oh,
both her
was-
mom and dad
okay.
went to Rollins High, and
Okay.
yeah, in fact, the ID Ranch was Devin's family from far was in the ID Ranch there. I think they still share a group who own it collaboratively. Whatever. So yeah, I've gotten more familiar with Carbon County over the years. Usually I just would be driving through, right, to get to Summit County.
Right. Right.
And we do one weekend summer up at Seminole, and yeah, that's an interesting place.
Some of us do it reluctantly.
Well,
That's interesting because Mine is an original Carbon County family too.
Yours is?
Yours is?
Yes.
Oh,
Wow, everybody from Carbon County is like
Wow.
this center.
where's your wife from, Hebert?
What's that?
Where's your wife from?
She's from Northern Virginia, Fairfax County, Virginia,
Really?
right outside Washington.
Uh-huh.
So, but yeah, my 2 greats-grandmother and 3 greats-grandmother, they ran a crew switch station at Percy, which is it's between Medicine Bow and Hannah. There's a county road that turns south and goes to the old Carbon town, the old ghost town, and that's where Percy was. And so they were in Kansas and they wanted to go west. They were both widows. And actually they were going to go to the promised land of the Dakotas. And when they beat themselves to pieces going north. And when they got to the shiny rails in Nebraska, they decided to change their minds and load their stuff up on the train. So they rode the train to its end in the winter of 1868 up at Sherman Station, and they rode down into Laramie in a wagon. And they took care of railroaders, doing
Time to
laundry
traveling.
and feeding them in the only stick-built building down here in Laramie. Laramie was a tent town, and there was only one stick-built building, aside from the fort. And then they went with the railroad out to Bosler, Rock River, Medicine Bow, like that. And I think Rock River wasn't there. There was a little town called Rock Creek. It was a little bit further down the creek. But anyway, they stopped having gypsy feet and they stayed. And then my 3 greats uncle came to run defense for him out there. So they had a mud, like a sod hut in the sagebrush. And there was sort of a railroad schedule, but maybe not really. So you didn't know the train was coming until you heard the whistle. And they had to be prepared to feed and take care of the train crews. And eventually, so it was like the Wild Wild West, like burlap door hanging over the door opener
Wow.
and stuff like that, and cooking on an open fire in the yard. And the Indians would come around and look in the windows and stuff, and so they had to have an armed guard, which was my great-grandmother's brother, so my 3 greats uncle, right? And so then they went to Carbon when Union Pacific found coal at Carbon. So before that, there was no coal since, Illinois coal or something. And so as they came across Nebraska, they were burning wood and buffalo chips and whatever trash they could throw in a steam locomotive, and then on a chunk of railroad land, because they were given alternating sections, they found that coal at Carbon. And they are buried in the Carbon Cemetery.
Wow, what tough people. I can't imagine a winter
In a hut or a tent in Wyoming. Right?
And
They were traveling around.
my great-great-grandmother met her husband, my great-great-grandfather, in Carbon. He was a coal miner. He mined coal in England and came to America and mined coal at Carbon. And she had a boarding house and she charged double. She charged him double the fees because he ate so much.
So was there a community there before your family arrived? There was an established community?
At Carbon, no. I mean, when the railroad found coal there, that's when my grandmothers went down there to run boarding houses for miners. So they were there at the founding of the town to start it up so that they could put coal in their locomotives and stuff, buffalo chips and wood, whatever they threw in them, you know. And that helped them a lot keep chugging west because coal is a much better fuel. Anyway.
Good morning, Christina. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks.
I heard you mention Seminole. My dad loves ice fishing in Seminole.
Uh-huh.
He drives over there, I can stay her place to go.
Yeah.
But he went a long way to go to fish. It's his favorite.
My dad's an ice fisherman too, and they're just a different crew, ice fisher people. I mean, they just, I think my dad just has a great imagination. So he just sit on a bucket out in the middle of Fremont Lake, which is just cold, and he just be all day. And it doesn't matter if he's catching or not, he's just out there all day. Yeah.
Fremont Lake is a sweet place.
It is. Yes, it is. Yeah.
So we go to a big dining house and set up, and it's real cool because like the little space here you put in there.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's just him rarely.
You're right. Right.
It's not on my list.
Right.
I'd rather do that.
Mr. Richter, good morning. How are you this morning? I kept looking over for your name on Zoom, and I was like, oh, goodness.
No, I come across no scary on Zoom.
Yeah. Well, come on up.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome to sit, or you can take the podium, however you'd like.
What's mask protocol? If I'm behind here, do I need a mask on?
I'd appreciate it, but if you'd rather not and you can't be hurt, then that's fine too.
No, okay. I just have to keep my glasses from steaming up.
Okay. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you for being willing to join us today. You're applying for the Planning and Zoning Commission. There's one opening, and it's an opening to fill an unexpired term to end January of 2022. So just a little less than a year.
Thank you.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourself? We've read your stuff in your bio. Thank you. And just a little bit.
Sure. As of last Friday, I am finally retired.
Great.
I started one of the co-founders of Tri-Hydro Corporation in 1984 and have spent 35 years in the environmental industry, infrastructure. We've expanded into municipal work, water development work. And many of my second tier partners are starting to retire. And I thought I've done everything that I really wanted to do with Tri-Hydro. And for once, now that I'm retired, I don't have to represent industry. I can actually use my skill set to represent my community. And that's my desire. I'd say in addition to that, with the recent appointment to the board, I found for the first time in 35 years, I can actually work with a person who I have always wanted to work with. So that's my background.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And Commissioner Richardson, we'll start with you. If you have any questions for Mr. Richter.
I noticed in your bio that you are a professional geologist for a long time, and I'm curious what sort of specific knowledge you have about geology around here, and maybe even more specifically the aquifer.
I went to graduate school here under Peter Huntoon. Actually, probably spent his last year with Don Lundy. Dr. Huntoon's groundwater geology program focused heavily on the Laramie area. I have map structures, faults. I co-authored with Dr. Huntoon groundwater resources of Laramie Range. I've co-authored, or excuse me, I was primary author on the Laramie Basin Water Development Commission report. I live in Sherman Hills, and so I have a great interest in my personal drinking water supply. I'm a professional geologist registered in Wyoming. I'm also registered in some other states. But I would say I have a strong familiarity with local geology and groundwater resources.
One more question.
Sure,
Mr. Chairman. How familiar are you with the planning and zoning process? I guess specifically maybe the legal mechanisms and the differences between home rule, like what the city has, and I guess statutory rule, like the counties do. Can you speak to that any?
Well, I'm certainly familiar with the concept of autonomy, home rule, the process of ordinances, how they apply with regard to the city. Within the county, the resolution process, I'm familiar with that. Would I be a subject matter expert on either one of those topics? No, but I, through my career, have engaged in the differences between the two. My understanding with regard to the position that I'm applying for, that the primary role is to assist the commission in its review of developments and whether or not those developments or individual pieces of property conform with county or resolutions.
Commissioner O'Dara.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Richter, for applying, first of all. I'm just going to ask you the same questions I've asked all the applicants that we've had when we've had an opening. So I want to know what your views are on a joint aquifer protection plan with the city. Do you think it's something that should happen?
The merits of a collective approach are obvious. The city and the county share common interest in one of the two most important natural resources in this county, water. It makes perfect sense to have a joint approach. My professional background, I have always worked and represented someone. So I would caveat any joint effort in that if I'm fortunate enough to work for you, then I would encourage you to somehow organize this joint effort such that you have primacy, that you can influence both the organization as well as the city, because you not only represent the county, but the city is part of the county too. But undeniably, a joint effort, I think, is appropriate.
Thank you. One more question?
Sure, you bet.
Should the county commissioners have latitude to deny an application for whatever kind of development, whether it be a subdivision or just personal, even if all the requirements have been met?
I chuckle because I have 3 business scenarios that have involved that exactly. One, I was in a partnership with a piece of property in Southern California. We had conforming use. We wanted to expand. We were denied. We put together a team. We prevailed. Have a client in central Midwest municipality that had a industry ready to move in. That industry conformed with the restrictive, non-restrictive uses. We put together a team and successfully denied that industry from coming in simply because it wasn't right for the community. I'm currently working on a project in the greater Chicago area where we have they use restricted, non-restricted as terms. The industry that wants to come in is wants to purchase several hundred acres. The township does not want that. I am working with the township to deny them, even though they comply. So the answer in a void is that how the commission or how commissioners are supposed to respond. The default answer is no. But really, depending upon the team that's put together, it depends. And I have seen it work. You can't deny me on my property. Where I represented another client, you were denied. And on the third one, it's just going to be decided in April. And so I think the bottom line is it depends. And I've seen it happen.
And so will you see the Chicago one through before you retire?
Well, I have a deal with the company in that I have an office with 35 years worth of stuff. And I'm not moved out. And so my agreement is I am done with overhead. I am done with management. I am done with health and safety. But if our client says, Henry, put in a few more hours here, a few more hours there, in exchange for being a freeloader, I would be willing to do that, yes. But it's not a painless process, but depending upon, and it's expensive, but depending upon counsel, your technical experts, we've succeeded. And I'm quite sure that the township will prevail in April. And yet, common sense would say, you can't do it. And yet it will be done. Mm-hmm. But it is a team effort. And I've actually enjoyed working on those three.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Richter, congratulations on your coming retirement or your retirement. That's awesome.
Thank you.
And congratulations on building such an amazing business in Laramie. I think that's just a wonderful success story in Laramie. Could you talk to me a little bit about the public and their role in the Planning and Zoning Commission and what you would think you would bring to that part of planning and zoning?
I'm not sure that I understand the question, the role of the public or the role that I would foresee playing as part of the board.
I like both of those questions. So I was just going to ask just about the public and your role with the public and what you might bring to the board to facilitate communication with the public.
Certainly in my 35 years Part of my responsibilities with clients is to be a liaison with the public. I've served on, how about, I can recall 3, for example, what are called community advisory panels, where the public selects a number of individuals to come in to discuss, let's say a development or an industrial proposal. And my job is to represent the industry, but at public meetings, and to make presentations on behalf of my client to help the public understand what the industry has in mind. I've served that, but in fact, I had to resign my Chicago area community advisory panel position. I did the same in Southern California for a large tank farm that we demolished and then turned into multi-million-dollar home sites. Again, serving directly as a liaison between the client, the industry, and the public, helping to build support, trust, and to facilitate an understanding of what the client wished to accomplish. So I have a lot of familiarity with sitting on panels, giving public presentations, and presenting the position of the client. With regard to the board, and maybe this is something that's not desirable, but I'm a person who believes that I work for someone, and I perform best when I know who I work for. I see being a board member working for you, that I serve at your pleasure, and therefore I provide an advisory role or a technical role to review, to give you information that would allow you to make a business decision. Input from the public is important. Ideally, if all of that input is in alignment with your mission, it's easy. But for those situations where perhaps your goals are different than the public's, I represent you. I serve you, and I serve your pleasure.
Well, thank you.
Does that address?
You bet. You got all of them in
Okay.
there. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
Nothing for me, thanks.
Mr. Richter, I'm sure there was plenty that we didn't leave addressed with you. Is there anything that you'd like us to know before we send you on to your
Well,
morning?
actually, I do have a question.
Sure.
Based on past experiences, when my clients haven't succeeded and litigation becomes an issue, typically the industry's approach is we go after everybody. If successful, as a member of a board, what sort of liability protections are afforded for positions, reports, errors, anything like that, with regard just to the board?
Peggy or Jennifer, could you answer that? I don't feel very confident.
I'm as a governmental entity, we are all insured under our liability code. So as a board member in this particular regard, you would be under our liability insurance for your actions. So we make sure we train the board to act as a group, so you're not acting outside of what your authority is. And as long as you're doing that following the rules and things that we put in place. It's relatively not as high exposure like you have with outside boards, where they do have that errors and omission liability insurance.
Right.
So we do have coverage. As a matter of fact, I'm in the process of really working with Jennifer Curran to amend their bylaws to correct and to make sure those are properly referenced because they're kind of answered.
Okay, right.
70s or 80s. So, but right now you're covered by the liability.
Okay, thank you. That's actually the primary question that I had. And I appreciate the opportunity. And again, now that my industrial chains have been released, I can do what I want to do and those things that I'm passionate about. And certainly our natural resources here in Albany County, I am very passionate about. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your time. How this will go is we'll make a decision at the end of the board meeting, and then somebody from Jackie's office will call you one way or the other. We do appreciate your time and your willingness to volunteer. This is a board that meets regularly, as you well know, and sometimes the meetings are lengthy and the discussions are interesting and difficult, but thanks so much for being willing to sign up for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Ms. Fitzgerald, are you out there? I think I saw you joining us. At one point she was there. Where did she go? Is Jerry Fitzgerald waiting to join us? Oh, here she comes. Where is she on the list? Good morning, Ms. Fitzgerald. How are you this morning? I think I have you muted. If you're trying to talk, we can't hear you.
Good morning. Thank you so much. My apologies. I can't get my video to work.
No worries at all. You got a great picture there.
Okay.
Well, thanks. We're running just a little bit behind schedule, but thank you for being willing to volunteer for the scholarship committee. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and your thoughts about being on the scholarship committee, please?
Sure. I've been in education for, oh my goodness. Why didn't I figure this math out sooner? 30 some years. I began teaching in Loveland, Colorado, and then I moved back home to my hometown of Casper and was there for 3 years. And then I came to Laramie in 1993, and I worked at the junior high teaching French. And I left on a sabbatical in 2013. But at that point in time, I was also contracting with the Wyoming Department of Education, as well as a company. At that time, it was called Advanced Ed. It accredited all the schools in the state, and it's actually now merged with another organization, an assessment company. It's called Cognia, and I now work full-time for them. It's an international organization that accredits schools throughout the globe. We also provide professional development as well as a full assessment suite. And so I've worked actually for Advanced Ed, or it was also once upon a time called NCA. I've worked for them since 1998. And I fully intended to go back to the classroom, but this opportunity presented itself. And so, it's just a step up. In 2008, I received my master's in educational leadership. And then I received my doctorate just last spring, also in educational leadership. And the reason I thought about serving on this scholarship committee is, you know, Albany County has been awfully good to me. I've loved living in Laramie. I love everything about Laramie. And I just thought, you know, I have a little bit more time on my hands, and it's time for me to give back a little bit. And so I was just kind of looking around on the Albany County website, and I saw this opportunity, and it was pretty immediate too. And I said, well, I'm going to apply for that. I'm passionate about education. I think that education, you know, allows those that take advantage of it to expand their horizons, and it helps present, you know, a variety of options that perhaps they would not have available if they didn't seek additional education. And I just thought, you know, it's time to give back, and I just really would appreciate, you know, I'd be honored to serve on this committee.
Thank you. We have Commissioner Richardson and Commissioner Ibarra with us. And Commissioner Richardson, do you have any questions for Ms. Fitzgerald?
I'm thinking that I know you, Jerry, from way back.
I think I know you. You were from St. Lawrence.
Yes. I don't know if I have any questions. I think that you answered them in your narrative.
Okay.
Commissioner
I
Ibarra.
appreciate you applying, and it's good that we have good applicants for these things.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ibarra.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Hi, Jerry. It's very nice of you to apply, and I thank you for doing that. I know that you have served on multiple committees within the school district. I just wanted to know if you've ever sat on a committee or a board citywide or countywide?
No, I have not. Like I said, you know, because I taught, but I also always had a second job, you know, since 1998. I love working. And so I was plenty busy. And now that, you know, I have just one full-time job, but I work from home. I'm flexible. My hours are flexible. And I just said, it's time to give back.
Very good. Thank you.
And yes, I did serve. I've served on a lot of school district committees, a lot.
I know.
That's fantastic that just one full-time job means you're not busy.
I know.
I appreciate that.
If you want to get something done, you have to ask a busy person.
Right.
That's very true.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you have any issues about, so there'll probably be quite a few applicants that are qualified, Jerry. What would be the filter you use to help get that number down to a workable amount? So if you had 10 applicants, how do you get that number to 3? What process would you use?
Well, I would want to look at, I know that you guys, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're looking at these scholarships apply to going to the University of Wyoming and also to community colleges, right? Do they apply to any trade schools at all?
I don't believe so, Jerry. I think they're just UW and community colleges in Wyoming.
Okay, so what I would look for is, I'd obviously look for outstanding candidates. I'd want to see superlatives in any sort of letters of recommendation that they may have. I would like to see, it would be something that is kind of close to my heart. If they're first generation college attenders, that would be something that would be of interest to me. I just think that it's important that we just open education up to a wide variety of folks. And let's see, I guess I could also say like non-traditional, you know, college students would be something I'd be intrigued with. But I really want it to be primarily on merit and their ability to be successful at the next level.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Commissioners, do you have any other questions for Ms. Fitzgerald?
Maybe not.
Mr. Cheryl, do you have anything that we didn't ask you about that you'd like to share with us? And
No, really the only question I had was about the trade school question. Just knowing what I know about education and occupational trends. I know that trade schools that's where a lot of things, boy, there's a lot of good jobs that could be had, and we don't have them anymore. We've lost our craftsmen. We've lost a lot of talented folks in the trade. So that was my only question. But of course, I started my educational career at Casper College, so I'm a big fan of community schools as well.
well, thank you. I had a UW degree, and then I went back to community college and got a trade later in life. So I did it backwards, but it was really interesting, the community college experience. I really did appreciate it.
Yep.
So this is how it works for us, Jerry. Our process is there are 2 positions open, and the terms expire in February of 2024. At the end of the meeting, those positions will be nominated, and somebody from Jackie's office, or the clerk of court, or excuse me, the county clerk, will call you with one way or the other of having you join us or not, but thanking you for volunteering. We sure do appreciate your time and your patience with us this morning, and thanks for answering our questions. It's nice to talk to you.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
You as well. Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Bye. Does anybody need a break, or should we start right in?
That's a good question about trade schools. I mean, there's a certain, I guess, rules, scholarship rules that are written. Every scholarship has its way that it's who it's for and what it's for. And it would be interesting to look at those. I mean, because I think that it's up to us to decide what those rules are. I mean,
yeah,
it would be an interesting thing to research to decide if that's something we would want to take a look at. Right?
Yeah, more and more there are people who aren't comfortable with going into post-secondary as far as the traditional colleges and universities, and definitely can benefit from vocational training.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. Trades pay more.
And almost guarantee a job more.
If you go to diesel mechanic school for a year, 5 years later, you're making 6 figures. And if you have a master's degree in mechanical engineering, 5 years later, you're not making 6 figures.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think it's a topic to discuss. That would be, I just don't know about the number of trade schools in Wyoming, but that would be great. I don't have a problem with that. Well, good morning to everybody. Welcome to the February 2nd, 2021 Albany County Commissioners meeting. Thank you for joining us. We just had a bunch of interviews, but I'd like to call the meeting to order and roll call. Commissioner Richardson.
Here.
Commissioner Ibarra.
Here.
And Commissioner Gosar is here also. I'd like to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're on to item number 3, the public hearing for petition for enlargement of the Centennial Water and Sewer District. Is there anybody to speak? Sure, and then we'll go to online. Your name, please, sir?
My name's Bud Stillman.
Bud, thank you.
I live in Centennial. Can I take one of these?
Sure, you
Thanks.
bet.
That is there for you.
Thank you. I spoke at the last public hearing, and we've done some follow-up. There was quite a conversation about plotted easements, recorded easements, and we did retain an attorney, gentleman, Mr. Frank Nelson from Corthell and King. he worked on the original plotting of the sewer and water distribution system when it was put in back in 89 or 90. And I do have an email from him. It's okay, I could read some information that he thought. He will follow it up with a formal letter to the commissioners.
Okay.
And we also found, before I do read that, we did find in the plat books that each block has been dedicated. First line on the list, Mr. Fred Miller, the original founder. The description is dedication of streets and alleys. So we interpret that all the streets and alleys as platted are for private use, and that's what it reads. The grantee for private use of that. And we also then, I brought some language off the original 1901 plot that also talks about the land shown on this plot and in this dedication, that the said subdivision of the within described blocks with the desire of the said Fred A. Miller, the owner and proprietor aforesaid, and the streets and alleys are hereby dedicated perpetually to the public use. And this was the 12th day of August, 1901. And this is the original text. And I have a typed copy as well that you have in your records division, but it's much more difficult to read. And so Mr. Nelson indicates that I would like to interpret the plot language as the right for the public, including utilities, to use the plotted streets and alleys for their utility lines. I would argue, he would argue, not I. I would argue that the interpretation has been used by utilities. We believe, for instance, Carbon Power has electric lines along the streets, but without specific recorded easements. We also know that the Centennial Sewer and Water District used a number of professionals, such as engineers, surveyors, to construct the water and sewer lines along the plotted streets, and without getting specific recorded easements. The district did, however, get specific recorded easements outside the town. So we do have wells and transmission lines that come into the community with recorded easements that were plotted, but within the community, the platted streets themselves, it's true we don't have anything with meets and bounds aside from that original language. My conclusion is that the professionals, including the county who did not object to the construction of the lines, believed that the district has the right to use the streets for their lines without specific recorded easements. If, for instance, some landowner has a part of a building on the platted street, then the county could quit claim their interest in that portion of the street, or even give an easement to the landowner to use that portion. In both cases, the quit claim deed or the easement should make the grant subject to the remaining public use allowed on the street. In particular, the transfer should be subject to specific water and sewer lines. The county could go further and clarify the public use by recording specific easements from the county to the Centennial Water and Sewer District and others like Carbon Power, so this issue does not arise again. So with that, just wanted to bring that to your attention that we have done a little bit of homework, and hopefully that will help you as you make your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Stillman. Thank you. And so just to reiterate to everybody, this is the petition to enlarge the Centennial Water and Sewer District is the public hearing. If you have anybody online, if you'll raise your hand, or if we don't see your hand after a minute or two, would you just speak up, and that way we'll recognize you. Tracy, we almost got the treasurer to talk. Anybody on the internet to speak about the enlargement of the Centennial Water and Sewer District? Ms. LeBolt, I see your hands up, please.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
I've got you, and I'm sorry if I butchered your name. I can't remember if it's Leibolt or, would you say your name so that way I'll know?
Yes, Tana Leibolt, and yeah, thanks, you did get it right.
Awesome. Well, good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning. I just wanted to make one comment. The proposed enlargement of the district. let's see, the landowners, Ryan and Tess Mallow, have lots. I believe they have 8 lots altogether, and we do have one concern about the lots that are at a higher elevation. So there are 3 lots that are north of an alley at a higher elevation than the 5 lots that are to the south of the alley. We just have concerns about being able to provide an appropriate water pressure to the upper lots. I guess we would just like it to be part of public record that if all of the lots are brought into the district, I'm not sure how to put this. We may not be able to promise water service to those upper 3 lots because we may not be able to provide the amount of water pressure that is required by DEQ. I have had a conversation with that landowner, and I believe that they understand that that's a possibility in the future, but just wanted to speak up now and have that be part of public record.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Leibold.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Spielman?
I got confused. I thought this was a follow-up from the last time, but I do have documents for that to submit for the record.
Okay.
This is a plat out of a study that was done in 2017. This is a theoretical hydraulic gradient line for 35 pounds, so between 35 and 80 pounds, which is 35 is the minimum. And I've penciled in, if you will, with my laptop, first time ever I've gone with a laptop. But these are the lots in question. And this hydraulic gradient has never been tested. So it's on record with everything hydraulically nice, that's 35 pounds. But we would hope that this summer we would be able to do some flow testing in high flow, high demand periods and try to determine whether or not that line is actually there. But as a water operator, it does concern me that we're close to a 35-pound hydraulic grade line, and that we wouldn't be able to provide adequate pressure to the system, and the Centennial Water and Sewer District has no desire for pumping stations. So you just wanted to call that out. We're not opposed to the expansion, but we do want to call that out just as part of the record. So I need this.
Thank you. That's awesome. Yeah, Mr. Richardson.
I have a question.
Sir.
So you're saying that the map says, because the head creates a certain elevation beneath it,
correct,
certain pressure. So
yes.
You're saying that the map works out that it is at or above the minimum. But the challenge is that as soon as you open a spigot, if you have a flow issue, the pressure could drop way down, I guess. I mean, that's how my brain thinks about that.
Correct. So from elevation on paper, that's the grade line. But as you're correct, as flow increases, head loss increases. Mm-hmm. As flow increases, the demand, less water is available for that location. So that's the first place that's going to be potentially impacted by summertime demand. And that's why we want to go out in July, August. Not that we have a lot of bluegrass growing in Centennial, but myself, I water the weeds. I lived in Superior for a number of years, and I know the green weeds are a lot better than dry weeds. And so there is a demand that would occur. And so we just want to be cautious. We don't want to sell someone something that we can't accommodate.
Well, I suppose if you had to open a couple fire hydrants all the way at the bottom, as much grade as there is there, you could wind up with a vacuum. You could wind up with a backflow problem.
That is correct.
Or a siphon, if you want to call it that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Back siphon needs backflow. And there is only one hydrant in town. We're working on it. Mm-hmm. But yes, it's used like when the fires were there was a common, and even for the training for the fire department, they use that hydrant to refill their trucks after they've done some training and such. So
yeah,
it just is a concern. Again, as a water operator, it just jumped off the page, and I thought we need to tell somebody about this up front so they don't come to us later and say, "Oh, I don't have any water. I can't take a shower."
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, and thanks for the work. That's awesome. I see Mr. Mallow's on. You don't have to reply, Mr. Mallow, but if you had a question or if you had a statement to make, that would be great. If not, that's fine also.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you just great. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, I guess I don't really have anything to say. I guess I wanted to thank Tana while she's on the call for kind of helping point me in the right direction. This process to go through this petition work to get this far is it's not the most straightforward thing. And so I looked on the county's website and various places for, information pertaining to how to go about this. And I guess I just wanted to extend out those thanks to Tana as well as Nicholas and Tangeman. They were also the ones that kind of pointed me in the right direction to start this process. There's a lot of parties involved and a lot of documents that have to be sent, a lot of different directions to get this far. So I just appreciate your consideration of this request for this petition to enlarge water and sewer district to include those 8 lots. And yeah, the dream is to someday have a home there in Centennial that we could enjoy. And without water and sewer, that makes it pretty difficult there. So yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Are there any more comments for the petition for enlargement of the Centennial Water and Sewer District? I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing for the petition of enlargement of the Centennial Water and Sewer District.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Carries. Item number 4, comments from the public. Good morning. We're ready to go. Thank you, Amy. Good morning.
Commissioner Gosar, Commissioner Arbera, and Richardson. I would like to introduce Taylor Jarnigan. She's the new peer specialist in the drug court. She's working at the Clinic for Mental Health and here with us over at the courthouse. So she's straddling between 2 jobs. And I just want to take this opportunity to introduce her to all of you. Hi.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank you.
Well, good morning. And are you a Wyoming resident or a native, or how do you get to working with Amy's group?
I'm originally from San Diego, but I moved here in 2010 and been here ever since.
Well, I'm really excited about these programs and what they're able to offer our community. So thank you for being willing to be here this morning and also being part of the team. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comments here in the room? And then we'll go to the virtual room. Seeing none. Anybody have a public comment on the internet, please? Just raise your hand, and if we don't see your hand right away, you could just speak up and give us your name and I'll recognize you. Going once. Any public comment today? I'd entertain a motion to close the public comment.
I so move that we close the public comment period.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries. Disclosures. Any commissioners?
None for me.
And there is, I think tangentially, we approved it last time, but I am the executive director of the Downtown Clinic, and I believe there's a motion today that I'll be abstaining from with regard to the community partners or the community, that's not the term, community charitable relief program. So considerations of changes on the agenda. Does anybody have a consideration? Yes, Amy.
Chairman Gosar, I was wondering if today I could move agenda item 16 to the top of the agenda so I have an opportunity to prep. We have court over at the high school today.
Commissioners, do you have any concern about that? Let's do it. Okay, we'll move 16 up.
Thank you.
You bet. Any other changes to the agenda? All right, hearing and seeing none. Approval of this consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any discussion? I have just one. Item 15, on last meeting's minutes, I recused, and then I was an I vote there too. I can't remember. I don't believe I voted on that. Did I vote on that for the community charitable relief?
I don't think you did.
I don't believe I did. So if we could just remove that, that would be great. I just don't want there to be any confusion. Is that all right with your motion and the second?
Yeah, I'm confused, I guess.
So it's on last meeting's minutes in the consent agenda.
Oh, gotcha.
So it's on.
So you're saying that we would be bringing something back that we already dealt with?
No, I recused myself from that discussion. And then later in that discussion, it has me voting on it. I don't remember voting on it.
Oh, in the minutes, I understand.
In the minutes,
so you're saying that's in the minutes in the consent agenda.
Yeah, right. So we could adopt those changes if you both agreed, if you moved and seconded, and then we can move to a vote.
Oh, okay.
right.
So you need a motion on.
Yeah, I'll need.
So I would like to amend my motion to approve the consent agenda with the changes that Pete had recused himself from the, that is called the
Community
Charitable Relief. Yeah, it's CARES Act.
Right.
Money.
And second agrees. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Moving to the first item, number 16, which is now 8A. Present for approval application for the Department of Health and Human Services, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, grants expansion and sustainability of the comprehensive community mental health services for children with serious emotional disturbances in the amount not to exceed $600,000 per year for 4 years to support juvenile mental health from August 31st, 2021 to August 30th, 2024. Amy and Peggy, if you need to. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. This is a grant that the county is putting. The county would like to, or we would like to put together and propose to the county for mental health services for juveniles. The way we envision this is as a wellness court for juveniles. We took the name court off of it, and we were calling it a program. But the goal is to service 20 juveniles in our community with mental health services, in addition to, or it would run separate from the juvenile drug courts or the IJTP programs. Been a lot of work trying to get it together and support this. In this grant, we're asking for a lead family coordinator who would kind of oversee the program, and 2 care coordinators. We've reached out to some of the experts in the community and talked about what that looks like. We're considering bringing those in as with social worker degrees as well. So we've done a lot of work with the community, with county attorney's office, a lot of help with Bailey trying to get this together. We're asking for 5 the first year, 5 an additional year, all the way up to 20 on year 4. There is a cash match on it. I believe our goal right now is this first year we can get in-kind matches for everybody. We will use, my salary would be part of the in-kind, and we will do a bunch of in-kind matches. Moving forward to year 4, it's a 50-50 cash, or it's a 50-50 match. I believe by that point we will have enough community partners in place and partnerships that we will not need to come to the county for any match. I believe at that point we will be able to use in-kind donation as well. But as with any program, as we get started, we have a vision for who our community partners are. We haven't entered relationships with them. So we have the short-term vision of what this next year looks like with 5 participants, some of the RFPs that'll need to go out. And then we have the long-term vision of where we see this program in 4 years and who our partners will be. We're just not there yet. Do you want to add something?
So to take a step back from what Amy explained of what the program would entail, the question becomes, why do we need this program in our community and what will it serve by this grant? The reason we need this program in our community, this relates to juveniles in our system, that being in our criminal system, juvenile system, as well as child protection cases. We have an increasing need for mental health services in our community. Right now, we're unable to support acute or intensive mental health issues for youth, for juveniles. So this program provides us to means, and right now the way we handle it in our community, we place children in residential treatment, which is more costly to the state and to our citizens of our state. And then when they are so-called treated, then they're released from those facilities back into our community where there's not that intense support system. So it's a revolving door we're seeing all the way into our adult court system. So what we're trying to do now is implement a program where we're providing, similar to what you see with substance abuse, in intensive outpatient mental health services, where those services are provided within the youth's home, or if need be for safety for a parent to learn how to deal with a child who has acute or serious mental health issues in a foster care. Because right now in the state of Wyoming and Albany County, we no longer have therapeutic foster care. So we don't even have the mechanisms to keep kids in our community, in our home, to get them the services to intervene. So this program is a means in order to fill that gap in our community with juveniles. And we have in Albany County, we're fortunate through Amy and her program with substance abuse for juveniles, we have a model to follow and following the lines and how that looks. And as Amy touched upon, there are a lot of community partners that success, including Amy, to make that work, and that's our school district. The school district has been serving as that day treatment center where the children are able to get the academics they need and learning, as well as get treatment. So we're trying to make that model similar for mental health, that the children and youth, juveniles can receive treatment in the home, and that there's family counseling, wraparound, medical, getting the needs. We also thought of acute, so when a child, let's say, is in home or residence, we need to have the ability to move them to acute care quickly. We have that ability in our community through the Crisis Center and VHS. So we are ready for this program in our community and to receive it. So the timing is right now. And with Family First Federal Act and supplementing what we do, we should be able to move more children into this program. That's why it starts out slow and then increases up to the 5th year. So to kind of back out, that's why we need this grant, why we need this program. It's another action item to get towards trying to keep youth growing in our community and then into adulthood, what we're seeing mental health. So we're trying to come at it at different angles, and we're starting with the youth first.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for County Attorney Trent or Ms. Terrell?
Sure, I do.
Sure. Commissioner Ibarra.
So do we have juveniles who meet the criteria of having a serious emotional disturbance? And are they currently in our other juvenile program, so that can they transfer? And if we do transfer, this is several questions, does it compromise the required amount of juveniles in the other grant?
Chairman Gosar and Commissioner Ibarra, phenomenal question. And the question that's been asked of us as we move forward with this grant is, do we have the numbers? Do we have the ability to sustain what we're asking for? And the answer is yes. We have children right now, I hate to say it, are being placed in facilities that we could bring them into their homes and treat them here in our community. And it's not necessary that you have to push them out of our community because they're coming right back and there's no reintegration or anything. So yes, so what we would do is we have, unfortunately right now with COVID and all that's happening in our community, The numbers are growing. We're seeing the numbers back to 17, 18 in our trajectory, criminally and in the mental health area. So right now, I believe as we are coming in, we can add those individuals in, as well as individuals who are currently in the system, moving them. As you heard in the paper this week, Normandy services shut down. I see this as an opportunity for us if this program's in event, I think it's March, April, that will bring some of these juveniles back into our community and getting the services. And as to Amy's question, yes, there's dual diagnosis going on, co-occurring mental illness and substance. So those two would feed one another, that we could utilize both programs. We can't supplant, but you're using different issues. So if you
we would have support from both teams and be able to identify if the co-occurring, if the substance abuse was the issue. Once you get somebody sober, you're able to tell if there's a co-occurring, if it's a sobriety or if it's a mental health issue. So I had the opportunity to sit up in Fort Collins. They're a mental wellness court. They're a mentor court for the United States. I sat through their court and they were able to identify the difference when it's co-occurring and how to then, if they needed to treat services differently, and use all the resources they had up there. So I'm excited that we'll be able to address all of that, knowing that there is some co-occurring as we're self-medicating for some mental health issues. Once you isolate that and get somebody sober, then you're able to focus on the mental health.
Our program will be different in Fort Collins in the fact that we're not focused just on delinquency. We're focusing on child protection and kids, which we don't utilize here in our county, child in need of supervision. We try to find, whether it's a neglect, delinquency, we try to go in those routes. So ours will be more expansive in bringing more children in. That I feel is a lot of children have the traumatic experiences and may, if we don't treat, end up in delinquency in the criminal system. So we're trying to intervene through that child protection side too, which is different, which gives us more cases.
Commissioner Ibarra, more questions?
Yes, I do, please. Sure. So are we, Amy, are we tweaking this this grant proposal to satisfy the required number of individuals, juveniles for this grant? And is there a minimum number that is required by this grant?
There is not they don't at any point in the grant address a minimum number. So that was something I think we had a lot of conversation about, what the needs of the county are and what we believe we can at minimum serve. So we're saying the minimum numbers. We took numbers we are certain we can serve. Mm-hmm. If there's a need to go over, we can look at our resources, community partners, and see if we can allocate more
Just
support.
To give you an idea, Bailey and all the key participants on this team had to reel me back. I feel we can support over 40. The problem is, I really do feel, well, I'm seeing the numbers up front.
Right.
So I know and I believe that we need to individualize it so it's not just one size fits all. So you can hit varying degrees of individuals. So that's why I believe 40 is doable. But everybody reeled me back and said, no, let's do 20, let's do 5, let's ramp it up. So you need to know, I believe the numbers are there. And I would know because we deal with it in our office with all of what's in our community.
I have one more. Sure. Okay. I know right now you had reported before, Amy, that we're not actually meeting our need as far as a counselor component to the integrated juvenile treatment program. So how do you intend to meet the needs for the counseling component in this new program?
So currently, our juvenile drug court, our counseling component for the drug court is going out for RFP. There's some changes. There's some changes coming in some of the counseling organizations here in town. We are also working with different groups to partner with them. So currently we're looking at that in the IJTP program, which we're also hoping when we put out the RFP for counseling, the same thing will happen. But I do believe we don't have to have them all in one area with this program. Part of the current counseling requirements is we have a CARF certification. That is not a requirement with this federal grant. So we would be able to bring in different counselors from different areas. If one clearinghouse didn't bid the RFP, we could bring in numerous counselors that don't have a CARF certification requirement, different from the state grant. Mm-hmm. So I believe that is something, we believe that's something in the community we can get.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
So I just have a couple of questions. The match, the 25% match, it caused me a little pause. And I know that that's $150,000 a year is a difficult number, at least initially for, in the world of budgets shrinking. And so I was a little concerned about that. Can you speak to that? I know that you hadn't had the school district or anybody be able to sign on. I know you said that your salary would be able to offset, but what else would we be able to do to meet that number?
And I'll add on to that. Right now, we track in-kind hours.
Okay.
And every meeting we attend, and if you haven't noticed, we attend a lot of meetings. We are meeting daily for protocols, issues that occur. If I was to start, and this will require us to track time, which we have the software right now, Jennifer and I, for our office so that we can track through the juvenile. I would venture to guess, because I've been covering juvenile court, we're anywhere from 40 to 60 hours a week doing juvenile work right now. So that's that in kind of an attorney's salary. And then you get their salary from, and that requires any of my team who covers, myself who's covering meetings as well. So you can get up to 3 attorneys in our office at our salary and our legal assistants. So then you move over to the school district and the counselors. I mean, the teams is up to sometimes 10, 15 people. We watched a crisis occur this past weekend, a week ago, and to watch all of the people come in, and it was brilliant to watch people circle around to help that family. And the success from it was moving, because traditionally the kid would have been placed in detention. And it really gives you hope. So what I'm trying to tell you, I don't envision the in-kind to be an issue, but we do have to track, and we do have software. We have what's called FamCare that we can enter into the data individually. We've already been preparing for this for years to come, for this moment, to get these grants to help us. So I think we should be, but can I tell you definitively? No, I can just tell you from an observation, there's a lot of people circling around one kiddo that you multiply that by up to 20, we'll have enough hours to match in time. It's just going to require tracking time.
Okay, will that require new software? Your program has it. Will Amy's program require?
As a matter of fact, we are getting licenses in each of the, anybody that touches the child, no, that's a bad word. To support.
Supports the kids, yeah.
I didn't mean that. Supports a child. They enter into that system. Now we're getting that set up with licenses like Big Brothers, Big Sisters, DFS, everybody, the drug court, everybody's entering into that system.
Thank you. And then, so I had 2 other concerns, and I'll just throw them out there and then you alleviate them for me, please. There's psychiatric nurse practitioner with certifications for age group that you're going to have to find, I guess. And that person was supposed to come in 1 day a week. What about a crisis on a Saturday? How is that handled? Will that person be on call 7 days a week? How does that work?
So that would be part of the RFP. We would put that in the request for proposal, but I envision active children. So right now it's hard for children to get somebody that's not telecommuting. We would envision somebody in community once a week to manage meds. If there's med checks, i.e. we do some drug testing to make sure they're taking their medication levels are appropriate. 1 day a week, we would have all the children and families seeing the psychiatric nurse to provide MAT services, and then they would be on call for emergencies, or we would have community partners. Let's say if they were not available on a Saturday, we would link in behavioral health or those other resources. But that would be part of the RFP, is we would plan what that would look like so that we had plan A, B, and C for these kiddos and families.
Thank you. And then my final concern would be, Amy, your time, if you're going to coordinate, it seems like you're pretty full right now as it is. Does adding one more thing just take you away from your house and your family a little bit more? A little concerned about work-life balance.
I appreciate that question, and thank you. But we are, in this grant, part of what we did was we brought in employees. So that is one thing I've learned working here. I'd love to do it all. I need to bring in support and delegate. So we have a lead family coordinator. So that coordinator would come in and help actually oversee the budget and help manage the other 2 case managers reporting out to me. So I certainly would have a visual of the program, know what's going on with the program, managing it from afar, but we would be bringing in a coordinator. I think we set the salary appropriately so that they would be able to actually manage the program while reporting out to me.
Okay. Well, thank you. Commissioners, I don't have any more questions. Any other questions?
Thank you.
I'd entertain a motion for item 16, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the application for the Department of Health and Human Services, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration grants expansion and sustainability of the comprehensive community mental health services for children with serious emotional disturbances. CFDA number 93.104 and the amount not to exceed $600,000 per year for 4 years to support juvenile mental health from August 31, 2021 to August 30, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you guys for your vision and thanks you're willing to work on that. That's what a nice opportunity for this community.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Amy.
We'll move back up to item number 8. Present for approval the petition for enlargement of the Centennial Water and Sewer District for Ryan and Tess. I want to say Mallow, but I'm thinking it's Malo. Ryan, could you help me out with your last name? I hate to mispronounce it.
It's Malo, sir.
Malo, thank you. Applicants located in Albany County, Wyoming, pursuant to Wyoming Statute 22-29-301B, incorporating the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and order approving petition for enlargement of the Centennial Water and Sewer District. It says Jackie, Ryan, and Tess Malo. Anybody want to speak on that? You don't have to if you don't want to. I think we've got her.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I just want to note for the record that the Mallows have met the statutory requirements and we have received the approval from the Department of Revenue as well as approval from Grant Showacre County Assessor, indicated that there are no gaps in the petition for enlargement. With the assistance of Jennifer, she has provided the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and order for your consideration, and it does comply with all of the requirements under Wyoming statute.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
I'll make a motion.
That'd be great.
I move that we approve item number 8, incorporating the findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion, please.
My question is for the water system operator. I can't remember your name.
Mr. Spillman.
But I'm not the operator. I'm just a water operator.
Oh, I got you. See, I guess my question, and maybe you can't answer this, is because you're a water operator, but not specifically for that district. Can the applicant solve their water supply problem by putting a booster pump or a pressure pump after the meter, on their side of the meter? Or is that not something somebody ought to do?
Well,
because I can understand that the district not wanting to install and maintain those things. But I would think that as a landowner, you could boost your own pressure, with a jet pump or some sort of thing.
yes, mechanically it is possible with a properly backflow prevented system.
Yep.
Yes, clearly possible. And that's something, again, it could be in their future. Things could be very fine and 35 pounds at their house during high flows is great. But if it's not there, we just wanted to be upfront about it. That it's an unknown today, and we just want to be upfront so that they know about it. And something might have to be done, but the district itself.
So they couldn't come back or hopefully wouldn't come back and complain that the district isn't supplying them with enough water or at enough pressure.
That would be
You're
correct.
saying it's sort of a caveat.
Yes, yeah, it would be an undesirable situation.
Mm-hmm. Perfect, thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just have one question. Ryan, at the time that you and your wife acquired the land, were you aware of the pressure issue?
No, ma'am, I was not, but I am now. So that helps a lot to know going forward for planning purposes as to which lots make the most sense to be served. And it sounds like the lower elevation lots are going to be the area that we will potentially be able to build on. And I plan to work that out with the board there in Centennial and just kind of figure out what makes sense and what we need to do as home landowners to, I guess, end up with the adequate or necessary pressure to not violate any DEQ requirements.
Very good, thank you.
Any further discussion? Got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Number 9, discuss operating pari-mutuel simulcast wagering within existing establishments within Albany County. Jill Gerard, small OTB sales manager. I see you up there. Thanks for joining us this morning, Ms. Gerard.
Thanks for having me.
No.
We have a resolution before you to allow pari-mutuel simulcast wagering machines in small sites, and by small sites we mean bars. And I'll just quickly, sorry, I've got a reverberation. I'll just quickly kind of outline the system a little bit, just so you guys have a clearer understanding of it. Wyoming Downs has been operating horse racing and pari-mutuel wagering in the state of Wyoming legally since 2013. They own the racetrack in Evanston, which is where all their races are held. The races are what allows them to have not just the small OTB locations, but the large OTB locations, which I believe there is one in Laramie. The small site resolution that we are proposing, it would be a cashless system. So we put, basically it's a fancy ATM, it's called an NRT machine in these bars with the 4 machines that we're proposing. And the NRT pays out winning tickets. So we don't have staff and bar owners having to worry about handling cash. Larger winning tickets can be paid out at the larger OTB locations. So just a little bit about how the process works. Getting a resolution approved with you today is just the beginning of the process. The legwork comes in with the Gaming Commission. So the Gaming Commission has a pretty extensive checklist of requirements that we have to meet to get an account open. And it's an account, we have to go to the Gaming Commission on an account by account basis. So every bar would have to have a series of requirements, such as the licensing of their employees, cameras and camera locations, blueprints and layout. The machines have to be inspected and licensed. And it's quite a process. I can tell you that we got an approval in Atrona County over 3 months ago now, and have not turned a machine on yet. We just got our first 4 locations basically approved, and we're still waiting on some final sign-offs on the machines before we can turn them on. But it is a very rigorous process to work each location through the Gaming Commission. I would also just point out that Wyoming Downs has over 100 employees, and with our ability to offer these small locations across the counties now, we will be adding employees left and right. Actually, in every county that we have approval, we'll be adding several new employees. And then on the resolution that we turned into you, if you looked at the last page, was a tax breakout. Last year, For Albany County, actually, I believe that's 2019, not last year. My apologies. For Albany County, we paid $131,592 in taxes. And across the state in 2019, we paid $4.2 million in taxes. So it is great for, cities and counties making tax revenue. One thing that I will just address right now before it opens up for comment is our competition, which I'm sure you'll hear from when you open it up for comment, will come on and claim that giving us approval will allow us to put these machines in every gas station, church, and grocery store. And that's just absolutely not true. The Gaming Commission would never allow anything like that. The Gaming Commission very strictly regulates where these machines go. We are absolutely talking about bars 21 and over, just to make that very clear. We want to be able to offer these bars an option besides the skill-based games, which are already in a lot of these bars all over the state. And we've had numerous bars approach us, asking us to please, get a resolution passed and get them on the list to get approval from the Gaming Commission to get these machines. Just because they want to give their customers an option besides the skill-based gaming as well. And it's great revenue for these bars, especially in a time where these bars have just come off of or are still in the middle of COVID issues, and their revenue has decreased. This is a great option for them to increase their revenue.
Thank you. County Attorney Trent, please.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I wanted, and I know this was brought on for a discussion point, I wanted to make you aware that it was brought to my attention by another entity that there was a feeling that a blanket type of resolution was inappropriate or not legal under state statute. And I was provided a state statute reference of 11-25-102. And when I reviewed that statute, I don't believe it says to that degree that was conveyed to me that we have to have rules promulgated and there has to be specifics. However, there does need to be some direction of where you're locating. And although the commission is the umbrella that does regulate that, and there are rules to provide that, there has to be some kind of, just so that you're aware where they're going to be located within our community. Otherwise, they can go anywhere. And the individual had provided me a letter as well that said that similar situation occurred in, I believe, Montana. And basically casinos started popping up and everywhere because they gave carte blanche, you can go anywhere. And zoning is still important, of course, but I think what you have to understand is this gives anywhere you would like to go. I would tell you it's probably already present in your bars right now, the gambling that we're seeing and simulcasting, but I think to make sure you're aware, I wanted to provide that other portion of this to this discussion and let you be aware for yourself whether that is. But I think the person who provided this went a little bit saying, we had to promulgate rules, we needed to do this. That's not accurate. I believe the commission takes care of all the permitting. The issue becomes how you want it in your community and what that looks like. And I did invite Laramie Police Department, Chief Stalder, I don't know if he's on the line, to be present if he wanted, or anybody from the city, because a lot of the places would be in the city, but it is the state through the county that gives that authorization. Thank you.
Yeah. Commissioners, any questions? Would you like to make a motion? I didn't have the questions. I have a question. Sure. It's sort of a statement and a question, and that is, I've only ever seen these in private clubs like American Legion, VFW, Moose, Elks, Eagles, like that. And maybe somebody, maybe Jill or
I saw Mickey Schober on there. Maybe one of them can explain the legal differences between, because I think private clubs aren't necessarily public access. So I'm trying to understand. I guess I haven't seen the gaming rules either. So there's the public access versus a private club, because I think they're already in the private clubs and maybe they're allowed in there because it's a private club. It's not a public venue in that sense. Also, the 21 and over thing, I don't know the gaming commission's rules, but I'm inclined to allow this, to make a motion and allow it to go, as long as I know that the 21 and over requirement, I mean, we don't have any regulations on it, so I would want to know what the gaming commission would say about that. Because as far as I'm concerned, if it's confined to 21 and over establishments, then that pretty much deals with the issue of it being too broad. So I wonder if Jill or Mickey could speak to that,
Jill,
Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Jill, could we have you speak to that, and then we'll go to Mickey, please.
Sure. I'll go back to the private clubs first. So I can only speak as to the pari-mutuel wagering machines. We have not, and I don't believe, and I'm positive on this, but I don't believe there are any pari-mutuel wagering machines anywhere in the state right now, including private clubs, just because the technology hasn't existed. All of these machines talk to each other. That's why you see them in the large OTBs, because they're all linked throughout the entire state. And the technology just hasn't existed to place these machines independently in small amounts throughout the state. We've kind of, pioneered that technology and have brought it forward first. So we have not placed this type of machine anywhere yet, private clubs included. I will say though, the skill-based machines, they're everywhere. There's hundreds of them out across the state, private clubs, bars, everywhere. 21 and over, the Gaming Commission would never sign off on anything 21 and over. And I will give you an example of a restaurant in Casper with a bar area. We are working on their licensing right now with the Gaming Commission. And because they're a restaurant with a bar area that is, I don't want to say fenced off, but fenced off basically, the machines will go in a separate side room, not visible from the restaurant, not within the restaurant, but a walled off room. Actually, there's 2 restaurants in Natrona County where we're doing the same thing. They have bars. The bars are sectioned off, like all bars are in restaurants. And these machines will be off to the side in their own room. The room will be 21 and over. And the Gaming Commission has, we're kind of writing the book with the Gaming Commission, or they're writing the book with us, just because this has never been done before. But that is absolutely something that, that there's no wiggle room on. That, that these games are not accessible to anyone that's not 21.
Thank you. Mickey, would you like to speak on to that?
Yes, I would. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Mickey Schober. I'm the county liaison for Cowboy Skills Game. I would like to defer this question to Guy Cameron. He's compliance officer for Cowboy Skills Game. Probably got a better in-depth knowledge than I would have. And I would also look forward to meeting each one of you in person at some time in the future when we can make that happen. So, I see that Guy is also on here. If you would like to recognize him, I know that he could speak to this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Schober. Mr. Cameron, I see you have your hand up. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Albany County Commission. Can you hear me okay?
We've got you, sure. Great.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to testify. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to preface my remarks based on some compliance as it relates to what my job is. And then from some of the legal perspective, I know that Katie Brown is on the line and can provide some additional insight if you would allow me to do that.
Sure.
So, Mr. Chairman, my name is Guy Cameron, and I'm the State Compliance Director for Pace-O-Matic and Cowboy Skill Games across Wyoming. By way of introduction, I'm a native of Wyoming. I spent a career in the fire service, a former legislator some years back, and most recently I served as director of the State Office of Homeland Security under Governor Meade's administration. So today I'd like to provide you some background on skill games across Wyoming, and then more specifically to cowboy skill games for Albany County. So currently, Mr. Chairman, across the state, there are three different business models that are operating in the state of Wyoming. It's Pace-O-Matic Cowboy Skill Games, Gracie, and Bank Shot have been approved by the Wyoming Gaming Commission to provide this skill-based game and entertainment across the state. And currently, by statute, we are permitted 4 games, 4 terminals in a location, and that's statutory, so it can't be beyond that. So the landscape for the games statewide, there are 836 skill games currently operating across the state in 306 locations. For Cowboy Skill Games imprint on the state, we have 611 Cowboy Skill terminals in 232 locations. And then closer for your benefit in Albany County, there are 7 Cowboy Skill terminals in 5 locations in the county. So, Mr. Chairman, the operators and the licensed locations where Cowboy Skill Games are played, I want you to know that they are contractually bound by a code of conduct, which allows the manufacturer to remove a game terminal at any time for non-compliance. Cowboy Skill Games Code of Conduct provisions in part are a strict compliance for state and local laws, resolutions, and ordinances. We also, it is critical to make sure that there are age restrictions, and for skill games under the statutes, it's 21 years of age. No one under that can play a skill game. And also designated areas of play. And then we pride ourselves at Pace-O-Matic and Cowboy Skill Games for our customer service, that we can provide that same day or 48 hours that would allow an operator to get in areas that they represent in the state. So as you consider the future for new gaming opportunities in Albany County, it's important that there is a strong regulatory framework critical for compliance purposes. What compliance looks like at a state level under the Wyoming Gaming Commission, just to give you that look right now, there are 2 dedicated compliance officers for oversight for all gaming in Wyoming, including skill games that were recently authorized by for regulation by the Wyoming legislature. In short, compliance is still a work in progress at the state level. So as you study the proposal before you, and I applaud the earlier comments, the potential I think is real for local governments,
and local law enforcement agencies that I think could feel an impact from the proposal that is before you today. So I encourage you to consult your law enforcement professionals for their view and their advice, and to contemplate what future games look like in Albany County. And more importantly, probably, is it the right fit in your community? It was noted in Ms. Gerard's presentation that they intend to look at, from a Wyoming Downs perspective, to start with 4 games. But under those statutes for historic horse racing, they are allowed unlimited number to be able to be placed in locations that they are interested in. Whereas a skill game under Wyoming statutes, as I referenced, skill games are limited to 4. And that's because the legislature's intent, I believe, was to have the right fit and a manageable situation in those settings that are for 21 years and older. So finally, Mr. Chairman, as you consider the vision for future gaming opportunities, I do want to just share with you an experience from another state with some caution. And that example comes from the state of Montana. And the focus there is a rise in commercial mini casinos, similar to what your proposal is today from Ms. Gerard representing Wyoming Downs. So right now in Montana, there are about 1,300 bars and taverns that have a total of 16,800 video gaming terminals. Not skill games, but video gaming terminals that are currently operating. And each licensed location can place up to 20 gaming machines. So most of these self-described casinos are now becoming commercially owned, with between 10 and 20 machines available for play on average. That proliferation of video gaming terminals in Montana has had a drastic effect on crime and quality of life concerns. That's why I think it's important, as I mentioned earlier, to visit with your law enforcement professionals, your legal experts, to make sure it's the right fit for Albany County. So the proposal before you today feels a little bit like what has existed. The potential is there from the experience in Montana, and that has been dramatic. Many casinos have popped up throughout communities across Montana. Local businesses have ended up being purchased and converted to many casinos by Las Vegas corporations, and crime has soared. In the past decade, violent crime. The state crime statistics published by the Federal Bureau of Investigation for Violent Crimes committed per 100,000 in Montana soared from 275 in 2010 to 404 in 2019. Mr. Chairman, my closing thoughts, I would ask you, is it right that there be consideration for an unbridled resolution? And is it the right fit for Albany County? It could have a dramatic impact on local businesses and the residents you represent. So I say, go slow and cautious. And as it relates to the importance, I think, of governing, I would respectfully suggest, Mr. Chairman, for consideration of yourself and the commission, protect your right for local control, that you should have the final say, and that it is not the Gaming Commission that should have the final say. I think they are part of the process, but ultimately, wherever there is an application, you should have the final say of what is a right fit and manageable in Laramie and Albany County. And I believe this proposal before you takes that right away and gives it to the Gaming Commission to determine what's right for Albany County. So I would say protect your right so that you can represent your constituencies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity and members of the Albany County Commission to testify today.
Mr. Cameron. Commissioners.
I just have one question to Jill. In regard to this resolution that you have submitted here, it does say that you want to approve, I want us to approve horse racing and simulcast events at existing bars and legally authorized establishments within Albany County. What would these other establishments be?
I'm glad you asked, Commissioner. I've actually been asked that question several times. And the reason that that verbiage is in there is because that's the Gaming Commission verbiage, and that gives the Gaming Commission the room to deem a location not legally authorized. That we've played with taking that verbiage out, but that is the Gaming Commission's own verbiage that, you know, whether it's something that a bar that we want to go in or not, the Gaming Commission ultimately decides whether it's authorized. And we've had other commissioners come and say, you know, legally authorized, does that mean anywhere? No, we're only seeking out bars, but the Gaming Commission has that in there so that even if it's a bar, if it's not legally authorized by them, it's a no-go.
Thank you, Jill.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Richardson, please.
This is on our agenda. It's a discussion item.
Right.
Right.
So I suppose, I mean, I don't have any more points to make or discuss.
Yep. Yep. Any other questions while we have the experts here sitting in front of us? But Ms. Brown, do you have anything to add? I know that your name was brought up, and I don't want to leave you out of the conversation if you'd like to add something.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief. Just for some clarification, Ms. Trent brought up Wyoming statute annotated 11-25-102, which we provided to her. And in that statute, it requires the commission to promulgate rules for conducting simulcasting that are reasonably necessary to protect public interest. I agree with Ms. Trent that doesn't fall on the Board of Commissioners, that falls on the Gaming Commission. So just as a point of clarification, that is who's supposed to be making those rules to protect public interest. Those rules have been created. And if you look at Rule 10 of the Wyoming Administrative Rules for the Gaming Commission, which is formerly the Parimutuel Commission, that rule covers simulcasting. What Ms. Gerard is talking about is simulcasting. And a blanket resolution is improper because what it essentially does is it takes away the county's power to make that fully informed decision before approving where parimutuel or where the Wyoming Downs Parimutuel gaming would go. So in plain English, it would allow many casinos to pop up anywhere in the community, and that would be unchecked. If you look specifically at Chapter 10 of the Wyoming Administrative Rules for the Gaming Commission, one of the many things that requires Wyoming Downs to do would be to get a feasibility study before going into a location. That feasibility study is really detailed, and I won't take you through all of it, but some of the highlights are they have to give a detailed description of the proposed enclosure and where they're going to go, the probable impact that it would have on government. It has to include details regarding security measures to be employed to protect that facility and to control crowds, and the location of the facility and written confirmation from appropriate local officials that the location meets all of the requirements. So there's a lot of work that has to be done through that study beforehand. And then in those rules, Section 3D states that final approval of a satellite facility within each county should come from the county commissioners, and the approval shall be filed with the commission prior to conducting simulcasting in that county. So when we look at that, the rules really contemplate that all of this work on the back end is supposed to be done. That information should be provided to the county of what location is it going to be, what are they going to be doing there. And then the county really gets that final say of, do we want this to happen here? And by doing that, the county is also providing an opportunity for the public to come in and give comment and say, hey, we don't want this in our neighborhood. We don't want this in our bar. We don't want this here. And to be heard on that and to give them due process to really participate in that. For example, we're located in Cheyenne, and Wyoming Downs a couple of years ago tried to go into a location here in Cheyenne, and the public was outraged. It was a zoning issue that went through the city, but there was a lot of public comment, and ultimately that failed because the people didn't want that in their neighborhood. And so by doing a blanket approval on the front end, you're taking that power away from the citizens to come in and say, hey, we don't want this in this specific location. Which is really improper. It's not what the rules contemplate. They should really have to do the legwork, tell you where they want to go, bring that before the county commission and allow that to be voted on properly. So for those reasons, I believe a blanket resolution is improper and should not move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, do you need any more? Well, thank you all for joining us today. I imagine we'll be talking to you in the future with better questions that we might all have. But thanks for the background, and we'll look forward to our next discussions. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Item 10, present for approval, $3,000 grant for the 2020 United Way of Albany County campaign to be paid from 1% miscellaneous uncommitted funds. Evelyn Edson, United Way. Are you still there, Evelyn?
Yes, I am here. Thank you.
Thanks for hanging in there with us. Go on ahead, please.
So I just kind of wanted to give everybody an update on the campaign and where we're at. And thank you all for considering this as well. As many of you know, United Way every year raises funds to assist 17 local nonprofits in health and social services and housing and education efforts. And as of today, and I had a little chuckle over this, we are $3,538 away from goal. And so by approving this request, United Way would fully meet the goal. We thought we had gotten there 100%, but just slightly off. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Commissioners.
I have a question, and this is for Jackie. Are we going to have, some miscellaneous uncommitted? Is that, I guess that's not fifth penny taxes, is it? It's just county general fund.
Thank you, Jackie.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Heber, thank you for your question. In regards to 1% uncommitted funds, that is under the 1% budget, and it is not part of the general fund. In the past, you've used 1% monies to distribute to community partners within the community. And therefore, as I consider United Way as a community partner, you do have funds under 1% miscellaneous uncommitted funds in the amount of approximately $94,000 that are still made available for not only considerations for this request, but for other county requests that come forward.
Thank you, Jackie.
Mr. Chairman, that answers my question.
Okay.
And answers it well. I move that we approve item number 10 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Yes, I just have one question, Evelyn. So you're asking for $3,000 to meet your goal for payroll deductions?
No, we are asking for $3,000 to meet the goal of $535,000, which is distributed out to our 17 partner nonprofits. The payroll deduction program that we have, we partner across the community with different organizations and businesses to provide the option for community members to donate to United Way through payroll deductions. Did that answer the question?
It did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thanks, Evelyn, and thanks for the work that you do and all the people in Albany County who give to such a great organization.
Thank you.
Item 11, present for approval, Second Amendment to Agreement between the Board of Commissioners of the County of Albany, Wyoming and Wilkin Enterprises LLC for janitorial services at the Albany County Courthouse. Mr. Roy, how are you this morning?
Doing good, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, this is a amendment to our current cleaning contract with Wilkin Enterprises, which runs through January 30th of this year. This is to include cleaning of the new entry, and it amounts to $500 more per month, and to keep that looking good, and so that's what it is.
Yeah. Any questions, for Mr. Torres? I take a motion on item 11.
To approve the agreement between the Board of County Commissioners and Wilkin Enterprises LLC for janitorial services.
Second. It's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Roy, I just have a question. How did they come up with the figure
Actually,
adding on to
from the contractor himself. As we got close to completion, we went through it and told him what we wanted as the scope of work and how much he felt that it would, how long it would take per day additional to keep it clean. So it was actually his suggestion, and I know by June or probably earlier than that, we're going to be going out for RFP or bids for another contractor, because this contract is not June 30th. So it seemed reasonable to me as far as the hours that they figured it would take, and so that's how it came up with.
Okay. So I just want to make sure I heard you said it seemed reasonable.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Anybody? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Roy. 12, present for approval, Resolution 2021-004, resolution adopting the Albany County, Wyoming Employee Handbook by the elected officials of Albany County, Wyoming. Christina, but not.
Mr. Chairman, Christina had to step out for another meeting. She apologizes to the commissioners. So she asked me to address this to the commissioners. This is the employee handbook, and in Albany County, again, it's a little bit unique in the way we do not have a county administrator or the county employees, because county employees individually work for elected officials. In order to have unity, we have all of the elected officials sign off on the resolution that they're agreeing to abide by our county handbook. In the old days, before we did this, each elected official had their own employee handbook, and there were different rights throughout the entire courthouse in the county. So this keeps unity, and since we have newly elected officials, it's good for us to bring this back in front of you for all of us to reaffirm our commitment to this employee handbook. I will bring to your attention, I believe Christina and I will be bringing back to you some revisions in upcoming meetings. But for now, we thought it was best that we have the commitment of all the newly elected officials and renewed commitment from the elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Any questions, commissioners?
I have one question, Peggy, and it just has to do with wordage. I wasn't sure. On here it says, whereas the elected and appointed Board of County Commissioners. What appointed?
Sheriff Appelhans is appointed, and he's not elected, and he's the only one, so we had to add appointed. So that's why we did that. Normally it would be all elected. You're right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you are being thorough so as not to appear to exclude anyone.
Right. And we wanted to make sure, because he is now with the sheriff deputies, we wanted to make sure they're included as well.
Okay.
I have a question, and that is, to me, there aren't any changes. There aren't any changes. This is just following the election. We're reaffirming our commitment to work together.
Mr. Chairman, that is absolutely correct with Commissioner Richardson. The last changes, I believe, were in 19. In the front of the cover of the employee handbook, it has the last revision. And Christina, as she makes revisions over the years, she puts it in red, I believe, and with the date of that revision. So right now, this is encompassing the revisions we've had to date by the commissioners. But again, Christina and I will be coming back with some revisions because some things have come up since the last revisions. And we just wanted to make sure we got it in place right now as newly elected and appointed. And that will move forward with some other revisions, probably at your next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve resolution 2021-4, resolution adopting the Albany County Wyoming employee handbook by the elected officials of Albany County, Wyoming.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 13, present for approval, request for proposal for maintenance and repair of services for county-owned vehicles and direct the clerk to advertise. Sheriff Applehands, how are you today?
Good.
Good morning.
Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to be here today. As you can see, this is a request for proposal for maintenance on all county vehicles. Because the price for that maintenance is going to be over our standard $25,000. We're going ahead and putting out a request for proposal for that maintenance for, like I said, all county vehicles, including my office as well.
Commissioners, any questions? I'd entertain a motion.
I move to approve the request for a proposal for the maintenance and repair services for our county-owned vehicles and authorize the clerk to advertise.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 14, present for approval, invitation to bid for the purchase and delivery of 4 2021 full-size, 4-door, 4-wheel drive police package sport utility vehicles and direct the clerk to advertise. Sheriff.
Again, it's a request for a proposal and advertise the bid to replace 4 of our vehicles. You'll see in that proposal, we are looking to trade in for 4 of our vehicles and replace them with 4 brand new SUV police package 4-wheel drive vehicles. So the SUVs, we've chosen those because they have much more better handling, agility for the things that we need to get done within the sheriff's office, as opposed to if you saw those, the trucks that were trading in for fair value in there. So that's how we're moving forward with our office, with our police vehicles.
Commissioners, any questions?
I move that we approve item 14 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Sheriff Applehands, was this in the budget? Were these budgeted items or these come out of some fund? Do you know?
They come out of county funds, I believe, not my specific budget. So this should be included. Correct, Jackie?
Yeah. Out of which fund?
There is money budgeted in the budget currently. We do have funds available in the vehicle replacement fund as well as appropriate funds and purchases.
Super. Thank you. Hearing and seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thanks, Sheriff. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
for your time.
Present for approval, application for Department of Health and Human Services Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration grant for mental health awareness training in the amount not to exceed $125,000 per year over 5 years to support the training efforts for mental health awareness from September 30th, 2021 to September 29, 2025. County Attorney Trent and Bailey.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. This is a new application for a SAMHSA grant that would bring in mental health awareness training to the community. When we did a strategic plan back in the fall for the criminal side of things, for the criminal justice system here, one of the things that we put on there was this mental health first aid training and to get all of our community partners, all of our law enforcement in the community trained in this. This grant allows us to have some individuals trained as trainers, bring it back to the community, and then train the community itself. Another thing that this grant would allow us to do is bring this CIT, which is crisis intervention training, to the community as well. There's a big conference that we would send a few individuals to every year, and then we'd set up a training a couple times a year here in the community. I've been working with Chief Stalder. He's put on this training before a few years ago to make sure I have all the correct details I need for budget-wise. But it's my belief that this is a good addition to the community, and then it can help us then bring in more mental health grants as well in the future.
Thank you, Bailey. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Yes, I have a couple, Bailey. And I saw that you sent an email, but I didn't get to look at the latest version. And I do understand your part in red is just where you're going to go back and change things. But that being said, you gave some percentages here that you want to meet by the end of the third and the fifth year. How do you come about determining those percentages?
Let's try to
Actually, it's just a matter of us wanting to be aggressive in getting the training out and the availability of law enforcement and staff and participants. And I believe you'll see as we are sending out letters of commitment and support of this, that we're taking the commitment in our offices to move this to the top to get the training we need in each of our departments. So we, as collective, as the participants in the criminal justice system, thought this was an aggressive schedule and doable with our commitment. So that's how we determined that number.
Okay, just based on what you've had experiences. Okay. Yeah, Bailey, another question, and this isn't to put you on the spot, and nor do I, this is the conversation I wanted to have with you. But I'm concerned. I know your family way, and I just want to know if you feel confident that you can fulfill the requirements of this grant, because there's a lot of responsibility here, and still meet your responsibilities as our grant writer for the county.
Yeah.
And do you anticipate that you may need assistance other than what is pointed out here with the grant?
Yeah, thank you for the question. When we were looking at this grant, it kind of made sense to have me as the product director because it reaches so many different county partners or county departments as well as community partners to bring it all under one. One of the things that is in this is the data for it, which we are enlisting help from Melissa to help keep track of that data. The data that my office will be keeping track of itself is who's attending, when their certification then expires. The other thing that will happen eventually, it's just getting this off the ground, is the trainers themselves will be setting up these trainings. It won't be myself or my office. It will be the trainers themselves. It's just getting it off the ground will be the hardest part. But it did make sense to bring it under my office as a whole. I ran it by Jackie, I ran it by Peggy, and it just kind of made the most sense. As far as help in my office, that is something that Jackie and I have been working on because I will be leaving for a little bit of time. So we've been working on that. And I do believe it's something that we could easily manage. It's not going to take up too much of my time. And then we do have help from the other departments as well. So.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure you didn't bite off more than you chewed.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Commissioner Richardson, any questions? I'd entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the application for Department of Health and Human Services Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration grant for the Mental Health Awareness Training, CFDA number 93.243, in the amount not to exceed $125,000 per year over 5 years to support the training efforts for mental health awareness from September 30th, 2021 to September 29th, 2025.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Just one quick question, Bailey. I'm guessing Sheriff Applehands has been part of this deal.
Yes, he has.
Perfect.
Yep.
Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thanks, Bailey. 16 was already completed. Item 17, present for consideration Albany County Rec Board application for sponsorship for the Medicine Bow Nordic Association for a recreation board request in the amount of $10,600 to help with general operations of the association, ski trail maintenance, and ski trail reroutes and expansion program. It says Bailey's on there, but also somebody from MBNA. Who's representing MBNA this morning? Is that you, Mr. Hinckley?
Yes, sir.
Could you just give us a little bit detail to the grant that you didn't already provide, if you would, please?
Sure. Bern Hinckley. I'm representing the Medicine Bow Nordic Association. That's the hat I'm wearing this morning. You too could have one of these for a small donation. Let me give you a brief status report. Our major initiative of last year was a trail expansion and improvement project that we've been working on for about 10 years now with support from Albany County and the Rec Board. So we're tickled to see that coming to fruition. I also want to report that over the last season, that the 1920 ski season, we had over 29,000 skier days clocked through our counter there out of that Tie City trailhead. Not the biggest we've ever had, but certainly getting there. And then also we had about 5,000 counted trips through what we call the multi-use trail. As you may be aware, we maintain two systems of trails at Happy Jack, the big wide ones groomed out for skate skiing, but also what the mountain bikers would call single track. And those are probably about the same distance. And that's been another program that we've got support from the county and the Rec Board on. Has worked out just great to reduce conflicts between, say, skiers and bikers and provide the full service winter experience up there at Happy Jack. So thanks for all that past support. In this year's request, the board met and thought about this one for a long time, and there was a considerable concern with the financial situation that so many organizations, including Albany County, find themselves in as a result of declining mineral revenues and, of course, the impact of COVID. So there were three things that we decided to do this year, somewhat differently than in past years. One was we trimmed our request to pretty much the bare minimum. We've asked for support with your sponsorship for just the general operations and then to maintain the trails that we already have. And that's a continuing relic of the beetle epidemic. These trees just keep falling across our trails. Eventually we'll get them all cut. Secondly, for the first time, we have not asked for a match from Albany County. That match comes out of your general funds, and there was concern on the board that we wanted to tread as lightly as possible. We don't want to be competing with a lot of other good work that the county does with those general funds. We're hopeful that the lack of a cash match from the county won't compromise our reception at the Rec Board. But again, that was in this spirit of let's all kind of share the pain these days. And then third, we do want to continue and finish our trail expansion and improvement project. So we're, as you can see in the budget we submitted with the application, we're projecting drawing down our reserves by $12,000 this year. Again, done with some trepidation, but we felt like that was the responsible place to be for this next funding cycle. There's the whirlwind tour of where we are and where we hope to go. Again, thank the county for sponsoring us, and certainly to the Rec Board for helping us out over the, gosh, we're probably pushing 30 years now of operation up there. And then one final request, if I don't know what kind of stroke you guys have up the chain of command, but if you could do a resolution for another couple of feet of snow, that would really be helpful. Questions, comments? Again, thanks. And if you need to know any more, I'm open to questions.
Any questions? Looks like you have one. Sue?
No, I don't have a question. I just want to acknowledge the Medicine Bow Nordic Association for not asking for a county match and recognizing that we are somewhat strapped with funding as well. And also that I recognize that your sources have been restricted, your other funding sources have been restricted to just the trail grooming. And so I appreciate that you came in with a very finite number and I think, a very doable number.
Commissioner Richardson, anything? Thank you.
Except that I want them to have more snow.
Work on it, work on it.
Yeah, we'll get that resolution towards the end of the meeting, Bird. We got you covered. Thank you so much. And I think you know how this goes. We'll put a priority together here on item 24, and then we'll send it to the rec board once we have that priority listed.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Item 18, present for consideration Albany County Recreation Board application for sponsorship for the Laramie Plains Civic Center Foundation for a county match of $2,000 from 1% community partner funds and a recreation board request in the amount of $17,332 to install safety and security features in the historic Laramie Plains Civic Center. And is there somebody from the Civic Center to speak?
Yes. Good morning, commissioners. I hope you all can hear me all right. My name is Kimberly Middlestat. I am the director of the Civic Center. We are requesting funds to cover upgrades to keypads and a panic bar for our inside facilities. So we have 6 facilities that this would cover. Our proposal is basically we have started to transition our exterior keypads, and this would complementary upgrade our indoor facilities to match the keypads that we are upgrading to our exterior doors as well. So with that, we have our 6 facilities. We have our 2 gyms, our ballroom, our theater stage doors. So that's the entrance for our staff and performers. 7th Street Studio, which is our pottery studio, and our conference room as well. So we'll be getting all of these facilities on the same page, because right now, as you can see with the photos we included, we have a lot of different systems that we use right now. So we have turnkeys where we've been giving out keys to people when they rent the ballroom. In addition, we do have 2 keypads. However, they are very outdated. One was 2016 and from the old door system that we used to use. And then in addition, our pottery room keypad, which was inherited from when Interfaith was previously in that room and is in no way compatible. We just simply have a code for that. So they're kind of pointless and they don't really function as a keypad system would. Whereas this new keypad system would allow for a lot of benefits for our staff and for the community. Remotely programmed, unlocked and locked during certain times, so we can remotely, especially during COVID times, not knowing how long that's going to last into the future. Program doors for the community. We can keep our North Gym doors securely unlocked and locked during the times where we have open gym time to the community as well. It lets us track who's coming in at what time according to their door code. There's just a lot of benefits for staff and community members, and also the safety of those facilities themselves. Unfortunately, our gyms are the heavily used facilities, and as a result, we have had issues with vandalism or people using those facilities during times when they're not scheduled to. And since we are a small staff managing a very, very large building, this would give our staff the remote ability to really help secure these facilities and make sure that they are being used for the best community reasons possible.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? And Ms. Middlesack, could you get closer to your microphone? You're kind of fading in and out on us.
Yeah, I can.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I have a question.
Commissioner Arbera.
Kimberly, how much vandalism is going on and what are you seeing?
It often depends. I mean, we have had to secure our North Gym on the weekends with a padlock as a result of it. Sometimes it's simply kids who aren't in school getting into the gyms, kind of trashing the place, throwing soda bottles around. I mean, the worst we've had is broken basketball hoops and things. And really a lot of this too is making sure that when someone is renting a facility, there isn't someone else in there during that time. So our gyms are host to abundant preschool. We have Kempo Karate, Zumba, yoga. We've got line dancing and Kung Fu that happens in our ballroom, in addition to our pottery studio. So while we do have security cameras, those are only in effect after it has taken place. And so it would be nice to kind of nip these in the butt before these incidents actually happen.
Definitely. Thank you.
Mr. Richardson, anything? Thank you, Ms. Middlestat. We will put together a resolution with the priority here in a little bit later this afternoon. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
Number 19, present for consideration Albany County Rec Board application for sponsorship for the Laramie Rifle Range for a rec board request in the amount of $50,750 to help with capital improvements on the 200-yard winter shooting shed, pistol and rimfire bay, safety berm, and multi-purpose range expansion. Is somebody from the Laramie Rifle Range ready to speak? Mr. Fawcett, I can't hear you. I can see your lips moving, but I can't hear you. And I don't know.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Gotcha. Thanks.
Excellent. Sorry about that. I had my phone muted as well as the computer. So thank you, commissioners, for letting us bring this forward to you. This is our second year coming through the commissioners instead of going through the city track for this grant request process. We appreciate your support for the last year. We are making progress on our grant from last year and getting some of those things taken care of. This one is a little bit larger than we've done in the past, primarily because we do not have the equipment or the staff who can do some of this earth moving for us. So we would have to hire an outside contractor to help with the work that's involved with this. The Rifle Range Board has committed to doing some of the work for the heated shooting shed to expand the facility capabilities there ourselves, as well as because it falls more in line with some of the capabilities that our board members have and some of our members have and can offer to volunteer to help to do. And so really the bulk of this is to help move dirt and place it in a fashion such that we can split some of these ranges and add some capabilities to our facility. The rifle range is kind of unique because we do have a board that operates as essentially our volunteer staff, and we do all of our own overhead and maintenance on our facilities.
Okay.
So really these grant requests are really just to do capital improvements and things that we wouldn't normally be able to do within our annual budgeting. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that the commission might have.
Thank you, Mr. Fawcett. Commissioners.
I have a couple of questions, please. Thank
Commissioner Ibarra.
Mr. Fawcett, if it had to come down to choosing between some projects here, what two would be your priorities between the winter shed, the separating of the bays, and expanding the range?
Thank you, Commissioner Ibarra, and that's a great question. As a board, we have actually discussed that, and if we're going to need to cut things down to two, what we'd like to do is the two large earth-moving projects to combine those together, because it is more efficient to have a contractor come out and do one mobilization and do both of those projects. If we feel that ask is a little bit big for now, and it's something that we need to look further down the road in doing, we can definitely talk about doing that also. But if we're cutting it down to two, I think what we'd like to do is get the earthwork done. If that is still a little bit big of an ask for the rec board, we'd be able to just step back and only do the 200-yard shed, heated shed.
I have one more question, Colin. How much, what do you anticipate as far as the winter usage of this winter shooting shed? Is it something that would be used quite a bit?
It is. We find that a lot of the hunters locally, as the weather gets into the fall, that are really trying to use their larger magnum calibers, they really try and sight those in with the 200-yard. It also offers an opportunity for about 50 or so of the people who do the high power rifle shoots through the winter to use the facility and really get a bit more positional practice that they can't do right now.
And what kind of numbers are we talking? Do you have any statistics like that?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Barra, I don't have any numbers available. Because we're not a staffed facility, we have members that can go in and go out as they need with a key card. We don't keep direct track records of who's using exactly which part of the facility like that.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions, Commissioner Richardson? Well, thank you, Mr. Fawcett, and we'll put this prioritized schedule together, and we should have it ready by the end of the meeting. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item 20, present for consideration Albany County Rec Board application for sponsorship for the Laramie Trap Club for a Recreation Board request in the amount of $15,465 to help with the new Pat Trap in a 40-foot Connex storage container. Is somebody from the Laramie Trap Club? Is that you, Mr. Ballard?
Yes, that is. Thank you for having me, Commissioners. The request that we're putting forward for you guys is to help us prepare for the 2022 state trap shoot that's currently scheduled to be hosted here in Laramie. The Pat Trap will replace one of several 30-plus-year-old traps that we have in our facility. We have 14 total traps in place. This will replace one of the older models that we have. The older model is still functional, but it has components that are no longer available to purchase. So we're looking at trying to replace those as we get funding to do so. The other component is the 40-foot Connex storage container. The primary use will be to store our clay targets. We currently place them in our workshop out at the club, and it takes up, when we do a big order, it takes up the majority of the space in our workshop. And then when we host the state trap shoot, we have to basically order 2 to 3 times the amount of traps or clays that we normally host in the summer because of the volume that we throw. And most of the time we just place them into a field and cover them with tarps, which is prone to wind and rain. And then the last state trap shoot, we actually had the tarps come off and rain got on a fair number of the clays, which makes them unreliable for throwing. So we're hoping to be able to get a Connex storage container to be able to store them for the state trap shoot, but also for other years to store the majority of them in that Connex container as well. That would free up space within our shop for other maintenance duties. I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys might have.
Commissioners.
I don't have any questions.
I'm glad, just a statement, and that is I'm glad that you guys got the state shoot again. That's a cool event.
Thank you very much. We're very proud to host it, and it brings quite a few outside visitors to the county and to the city when it happens here.
Well, it draws real money in, and it sort of hides out there. People don't realize it's going on. But I see the kind of equipment that people travel with, and they wind up at the tire store and the Knox and buying fuel and all of these sorts of things. So that's good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. I appreciate it. And I'm sure you heard that we'll have a priority list that goes to the rec board, but they ultimately make the final decision. So thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Item 21, present for consideration Albany County Recreation Board application for sponsorship for the Albany County Public Library for a Recreation Board request in the amount of $60,000 to help with the purchase of a bookmobile to support Albany County Public Library with the library and out in the community.
Good morning,
Rachel, good
Commissioners.
morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for your time. Thank you for letting us come present this. I don't think I've ever been so excited to talk to you guys about a specific opportunity. We're pretty jazzed about this one. So this happened to just kind of be a luck of timing. Natrona County Public Library has opted to upgrade and get a nicer bookmobile. And so they let us know just a few weeks ago that they were selling their used bookmobile for $30,000. For contrast, the new one that they are buying is $314,000. So this $30,000 is basically a once in a lifetime kind of deal. And so we decided that that was a thing that we wanted to jump for. This grant is for $60,000, $30,000 is for the bookmobile, and then $30,000 would be to additionally get it ready for our community. So one of the big things we need to do is rewrap it. So it is wrapped and branded as Natrona County Public Library. So we would need to rewrap it and brand it as Albany County Public Library. And then also some additional funds just to do some small updates that they told us it needed. Obviously, we need to get some additional materials for that bookmobile, and then also the technology and internet access that we would need for it. And that brings us to that $60,000. So that's for that grant. That additional funding would come just from the Albany County Public Library budget. So we have some openings that are coming up in staffing. So we think we can actually just restaff. Based on our current staffing, we can just reconfigure that to be able to staff this. And then the additional grants that we get from the city, et cetera, would go to the regular maintenance. The main purpose of this is that would primarily serve as our West Laramie branch. So we've been talking for a long time how we want to be able to have better library access in West Laramie. As we know, the library is very central for a lot of our community, but it is not central if you live in West Laramie, and particularly if you don't have transportation. That just becomes difficult to get over to the library. So we've been wanting to provide access, better access, library access in West Laramie, and this sort of became our end to be able to provide that. So that would be its primary purpose, is that we would find a place or location or locations to park it, so that we had more regular access in West Laramie. And then in addition to that, we would also use it just to expand community partnerships. So things like showing up at commodity distribution days, showing up at schools, partnering with Big Brothers, Big Sisters with our after school programs, as well as just our normal community events. So farmers markets, Freedom Has a Birthday, really just, I think the shift that I've wanted to make as a director, and this takes us on a really big step there of, that the library isn't just a place that you have to come to, that we come out into the community and that we are present and just really active partners with our whole community. So like I said, it was a super rare opportunity. We kind of just had to jump at this chance with this used one that came up, which is why the timing for this. And then, so I guess for that, because of that, we knew that multiple organizations were interested. So this is kind of we've taken an unusual approach with the help of our foundation. Our foundation has actually agreed to front the first $30,000 so that we could secure that purchase, because we knew really we needed to tell Natrona County that we could make an offer. We knew that there were two other organizations. In fact, I know now they have us first in line. If for some reason we fell through, they have another organization waiting in the wings with a check. And so we needed to be able to move to take this opportunity. So the idea is that the foundation would front that money, and then we would actually ask the rec board to do the full $60,000, and 30 of that thousand would just go back to the foundation to rebuild their coffers, and reimbursement for that purchase. So yeah, super excited about this. I think it really just transforms the way that we can serve our community, but happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, any questions?
I just have one comment right now. This is such a cool looking bus. When you showed it to me earlier, it's just so, it's been a wonderful addition and enhance the library and its services.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you guys haven't had a chance to look at the pictures, it is large. It's basically a retrofitted city bus. So it is not a small bookmobile. It is a huge bookmobile, which is amazing. The other thing, just as a side note too, the director in Natrona County Library, they say they do annual surveys of their community. One of the things they ask is, how did you hear of the library? And the top answer is the bookmobile. And not because they used it, but just because they saw it. So that it really is just, it becomes a mobile advertisement in our community for the library and what we can do. So yeah, it's amazing. And it does have, so there's space to browse. It'll hold about 5,000 to 6,000 items. There is also space for some tables and laptops. So we'd want to move to be able to do, just like we have in the library, laptop, internet printing access for people, as well as there's some small programming space. So we could, like, say, do small story times in there as well.
I'm assuming there's some way to secure the books and the computers and everything when it's in motion and all. I don't see anything in the picture itself, but I'm assuming that
Yeah, I'm
you're not
assuming
going to go around the corner. and
Right,
have it.
not everything isn't going to tip off. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and last question. As far as an employee to drive this, will it require that they have a different kind of driver's license?
That's a great question. So it actually doesn't technically require a CDL. And in Natrona County, they've said in their job description, they don't require one because in Casper, they can't compete with all of the oil companies, and so they can't require CDL. So the way that they just keep it down. So they only put about 4,000 items in it, which keeps the weight down. So it doesn't require a CDL. They do still have their driver do special training. And I think our intention, while we're not planning to drive it a ton, would be eventually to make sure that we have at least one employee, and actually ideally two, that we do pay to have them trained to have a CDL to drive it.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Richardson? The point being 26,000 pounds is the magic number for the total vehicle weight.
Yep. So yeah, that's what when they say they keep it at 4,000 to 5,000, it keeps it under that magic number. But yeah.
So I guess I just have a comment because it's not really a question. I'm just excited that you can serve remote areas of the county, like Centennial and Rock River, and some people who could struggle to get to the library and use the materials the library has. So that's fun.
It really does. It really opens up just a whole new world of possibilities for us.
You can be the ice cream truck of reading.
Yeah. Lots of people have now told us stories about like all these fond memories of a kid where their bookmobile literally would like drive up and down streets just like the ice cream truck and stop for kids. So
you could run out there and turn your old books in.
Well, I just have I hope you guys have lots of time before you have major repairs on something that big. And then just a comment, you probably have thought about it, but if you hadn't, would you consider putting Spanish along on the wrap?
Absolutely.
Because many of our folks out there speak Spanish only, and that would be a wonderful tip of the hat. And then just a communicative piece, please.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we've actually, Commissioner Ibarra and I were just talking about, one of our hopes just for the library in general is to better serve the Spanish-speaking populations within our community. And so I think we will definitely have a Spanish collection on there, but I would love, the nice thing about this is it's so fluid. So I would love to have, days where we go out for special events where it's primarily or all Spanish language and we just fill it. And the nice thing is that we can rotate it, but yes, absolutely. That's a big piece of that is being able to customize our services to different populations and what they might need and want.
Super. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
No. I have one. How many miles does it have on it?
Great.
Oh, that is a good question. Do you remember? Just under 100,000.
And then the other question is, does that thing burn diesel or gasoline?
Diesel.
Okay.
Yeah.
They got a new generator 2 years ago, a new diesel generator, and the new tires as well. So, and it's been checked out by a mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is very good.
Yep. So, and we have a few things. Natrona County Library, they work with their maintenance. They actually just do a contract with partnership with Road and Bridge. So Rob and I have been playing phone tag, but once we get it out, so we do have plans and kind of sort of within in terms of repairs and some of the major maintenance, figuring between Road and Bridge and the school district and Wyotech, we have some options for some good partnerships to have people work with us as things come up. But their maintenance costs in terms of regular maintenance for Natrona County and fuel costs, they were running about they were averaging about $2,500 a year. So it was actually far less expensive in terms of regular maintenance than I expected. But yeah, it's going to be big. It's 2004. So yeah.
And didn't Natrona County only have one bus?
Yeah. They just had the one. Yep. And then they're upgrading to a brand new shiny one because they're Natrona County.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
I appreciate the presentation.
Tracy sees the wheels turning in my head. Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah. Item 22, present for consideration Albany County Rec Board application for sponsorship for the Albany County Fairgrounds for a recreation board request in the amount of $20,000 to help with the purchase of an ABI Dragmaster Arena drag and replacement sand for the grandstands. Is somebody from the Recreation Board going to speak on this? Or not the Recreation Board, the Fair Board, please? Or Fairgrounds?
Hi, this is Katie Ogden. I'm from the Albany County Fair Board. I'm available if you have some questions.
Thank you, Katie, for joining us. Could you give us a little background on the need and the request?
Sure. So we have a really small and mostly obsolete arena drag now. The purpose of any arena tool is to maintain the quality of the dirt in the primary rodeo arena that Jubilee Days uses and that our other facility rental customers use. We would also use this in our range arena facility. And since our current arena tool is old and obsolete and basically ineffective, we have been relying a lot on the University of Wyoming and their staff from out at the Hanson Arena to come over and help us make that part of our facility usable every summer. They've done that basically out of the goodness of their hearts, and there's a chance that they might not be able to continue to help us in that way going forward. And because of the condition of the dirt in the main arena, we have had some difficult conversations with potential renters who can increase our overall facility revenue about whether or not the facility is up to par. So if we had this arena drag, we could potentially rent to people who had a little bit higher standard for the overall facility condition and increase our revenue over time. So if anybody has any questions, I will do my best. Josie Bailey had planned to be at the meeting today, but she's indisposed. So
thank you, Katie. Commissioner Richardson, looks like you have a question or two.
I do, Mr. Chairman. Katie, explain to us, I think I know what the sand is for, but explain to us what the sand is for.
So one of the problems that we have, so sand is a typical addition in arena dirt that's used for equine/rodeo related events. And we have a particular problem with the clay soil in, I guess, both of our arenas, the range arena and the main arena, in that the clay doesn't drain water sufficiently. So then we get to have a little bit of a problem with standing water and drainage every year, which also affects the overall condition of the dirt and the usability of the facility. JD Hammaker and Hammaker Excavation have come out every year and tried to help us grade the arena so that it drains better. But because we don't have a sufficient amount of sand in the dirt mix, it's a problem that keeps coming back. So that would be the rationale for the sand, to make it such that we don't have standing water and that it drains better.
It's a safety issue.
Yes.
And also, I've been stuck to my axles in that arena.
Yes, definitely. So like right now we're in a discussion for a recurring facility rental with the local dressage club for them to conduct their annual nationally sanctioned dressage show in the August-September timeframe. And one of their primary concerns is the quality of the footing in the arena. So if we could make these improvements, both with the arena drag tool and with the addition of some sand, it could potentially help us recapture some revenue going forward on facility rentals, which has definitely been affected with the COVID-19 pandemic. So.
Thank you, Katie. Commissioner Richardson, anything else? Commissioner Rivera.
Yes, thank you. Katie, I just have one question. In your narrative here, you did say that some of your events are still being able to be held at the UW campus and the Hanson Arena. I just want to know if you have a general idea of the number of events that are compromised by having to work with their schedules. Are there things that you aren't able to have events?
We had a really close call this year with the County Fair Horse Show. The County Fair Horse Show is normally hosted at Hanson Arena because of the benefit of having a larger indoor facility. But this year they were close to the public, and they had some staffing shortages as well. So we were basically we pulled it off sort of by the skin of our teeth to get their tractor and arena tool over to the fairgrounds in enough time to work the dirt such that it was usable to conduct just the basic function that we exist for, which is the county fair. So it's difficult to be reliant on another organization's staff and resources. And we were very close to having to postpone or reschedule our own county fair events as a result of it. And Jubilee Days every year has been able to take place basically through the good graces of Hamaker Excavation and their willingness to come make the arena footing usable. So have we not historically had the help that we would have, we would be pretty well hamstrung when it came to outdoor equine related events in the main arena. We have basically always relied on charity to make the dirt usable.
So you're saying, Katie, that these events are never held at the Hanson Arena or at the UW campus? They just help you, and I don't want to say just, they come and provide services of preparing the ground.
Yep, they just help. So the County Fair Horse Show usually is, and that it doesn't have to be. That's just been a matter of preference from the show management to have an indoor arena, so they didn't have to deal with rainouts or anything like that. But our relationship with them has been informal, and they have just helped us out. And we're not affiliated with them in any way, and we don't host any of our events at the Hanson Arena apart from parts of the County Fair Horse Show.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So Bailey, this is just a question for you. I'm reading the narrative, and it says $20,099.50, and on our agenda it says $20,000. I'm guessing it's $20,099.50.
The 20,000, I believe, was what was on the cover sheet, and that's where I took it from.
Okay.
But if Katie knows something different than I do, we can certainly make that adjustment. So,
we're happy with whatever help we might be able to get, and if that means we save $99 off of it, then I bet we could make that okay.
Okay. Thank you. Well, thanks, Katie. We'll have a priority, and then the rec board will meet and decide how they want to fund based on our priority. So thank you so much for taking your time and answering some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioners Ibarra.
Okay, number 23, present for consideration, Albany County Recreation Board application for sponsorship for the Friends of Medicine Bow Rail Trail for a Recreation Board request in the amount of $15,000 to help with the purchase of replacing the fence around the Pelton Creek Trailhead. Who would like to speak? Oh, there you are, Ms. Trapsky. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. And there's 4 of us here. So, because we're kind of a new entity, so we're here in force. So there's myself, there's Sharon Lederer, there's Annie Nelson, and Joe Lord. So more than half our board is here to answer anything. But we're a fairly new entity. We're asking for some funding to replace the fence at our Pelton Creek Trailhead. And we've kind of, that fence around there now is looking pretty sad. It's the original fencing that came in around when the trail was open in 2007. Someone's mowed it down in one portion. And the reason we want to kind of get this one spruced up, I showed you some photos in my application of what we did at the Vienna Trailhead this past summer. And we replaced the fencing there through a contractor, and it is gorgeous fencing. And so we'd like to put that same fencing at Pelton Creek. We have 2 special events planned for August. The first one is a really cool event called Access Nature. And with that, we're having, bringing in some demo, both bicycles, wheelchairs, modes of travel that someone with a disability could be on the trail. We have disabled users on there now. This is one of the cool things about the rail trail. It's unlike, a lot of trails around here are single track and hilly. Well, the rail trail is not. It's 10 feet wide. It's not hilly. It's got a nice gravel surface. And there's certain vehicles that people can maneuver on that surface. So we're having a special event, bringing in demo mechanisms for people to try. That's all going to be at Pelton Creek. And then 2 weeks later, we're holding the first ever rail trail marathon and half marathon. And the marathon course will start at Pelton Creek and end at Lake Owen. The half marathon will be an out and back from Lake Owen. So we kind of like to spruce up this trailhead in time for those 2 events. The rail trail, it's in need of a lot of TLC, and we're kind of taking it a step at a time. And use is up. We don't have trail counters on there, but just by counting the number of maps we put out, it's up about 300% from last year. So anyway, if you could consider helping us out with this one trailhead for now, that would be great.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions for anybody from Municipal Rail Trail?
I have a couple of comments.
Yep.
One is that in the COVID era, everybody goes and plays outside, and that's good. And that's probably why you're up 300%. And the other comment I have is that when that railroad was dismantled, and done, the rail trail was preserved inside the national forest, but outside it wasn't. And the biggest mistake that any commission ever made was not buying the right-of-way, the strip of land from Laramie all the way out to the woods and across all the private land, because it was for sale for very cheap. And that has been one of my laments for every time I think about it, because there would have been a direct access from town all the way out there. And it hurts me every time I think about it. Yeah. Amber probably agrees with that.
Oh yeah, you are, I'm 100% on you that, agree with you on that. It was like 130,000 was the right of way. When you think of that in today's dollars, it's just a shame. It's just a shame. But anyway, we do have what we do have up there, and it's pretty high use. We met people from, practically across the country targeting the rail trail to come. I think use is up also because it's so accessible for people who maybe are not star athletes. So
I think that was that right of way. How wide is it, Amber? 100 feet, 120 feet?
I'm not sure how wide the right of way is. Joe Lord's on here and he would know that better. But the trail itself is 10 feet wide. So you can, it's nice. You can take the kids and the family and, have a nice little jaunt.
Well, so imagine 28 miles or it's all private land until you get to Albany, which is probably, it's somewhere between 28 and 30 miles for 130,000. It just hurts me. I can't stand it.
Well, and don't want to speak for Commissioner Richardson, but the commission entrance into the half marathon and marathon is the new commissioner, Ibarra, because the rest of the commission couldn't make it. So that runs, I guess we'll look for Sue. I just volunteered you, Sue. Well, thank you guys so much. Thank you for the work that you do. I appreciate it. We'll get to working on putting a priority, and then the rec board, since it's your first rodeo with us, the rec board will make the ultimate decision, but they'll look for our recommendation to kind of guide their work. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We appreciate the consideration at least. Thank you.
You bet. Okay, now for the fun part, guys. Item 24, present for approval resolution 2021-05, a resolution designating recreation project request priorities to the Albany County School District Number 1 Recreation Board for funding consideration to the fiscal year 2021-22. Jackie, could you give us or Bailey, come on up. Could you give us a little bit of how this best works?
Yeah, so the rec board requests from us that after you've heard everybody's projects, that you guys put them in order of priority for you all as county commissioners. And then in that resolution that will get sent in with the applications to the rec board. I'm hoping to drop them off later this week, if not early next week. And then the rec board will then take your consideration in, as well as all the applications, and then they'll distribute the awards from there at their next March meeting.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sure.
Chair, I have a question. Bailey, so are we prioritizing them at the requested amount, or do we suggest anything different?
To my understanding, it is just the requested amount. Okay. Then the rec board, sometime I did see last year that they had a few additional questions for an entity. They would ask the additional questions. Then they would kind of make that call on if they would partially fund it or if they would fully fund it. To my understanding, the rec board is just asking for what is presented by the organizations.
Thank you, Bailey.
Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
For clarity, no entity can apply directly to the recreation board. They have to have a sponsor, a government sponsor, so that this process exists of vetting and it's public and people can see it on, and it's recorded on the record. So you can apply through the city of Laramie or Albany County, and I think, are those the only two entities you can apply through?
I believe so, yes. The city of Laramie does get quite a few more applications than the county does. This is my third year in this process, and we have 7 applications this year, which is the most I've seen. But the city gets quite a few more, so they have a lot more work ahead of them.
40, 30.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so are those then meshed and then prioritized as well?
With ours, yeah. So Ed Getz and the rec board hash it out, and they try to prioritize. And I'll tell you that for me, because I love all the projects, and I always do, and I'm not preferential or biased towards one or another, I look for value, right? So I like the projects that cost less money and affect the most people.
Exactly.
So for example, like the Nordic Association is not asking for very much money. And the number of people who go up there, that affects a tremendous group of people. So for me, as far as the investment goes, there's a lot of value there. So I'm trying in my mind to make a judgment, of the value of those dollars and where they go. And that's basically what the rec board does too. And I don't think they're required to follow our prioritization, but this is just a suggestion, a recommendation, but they do like
some
to
direction.
hear from us as policymakers, even though the discretion, once we've sponsored the grants, the discretion lies entirely with the rec board as to what they will fund and to what degree. So they might ratchet some of these back or not fund them at all, and there's lots of conversations that happen between the applicant and the rec board and Ed Getz as the financial guy after we do this. So there's a lot of negotiating and haggling and lots of questions asked that we don't have to ask here. So do you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah,
Yes.
and the school district has requests itself, and then like the city also has requests generally from the recreation center. So they meld those in together and then they just figure it out.
Right.
So I guess how do you guys want to just do the priority? Do you just want to suggest a priority? Do you want to suggest this is our first priority, this is our second priority? How would you like to do it? Would you like
How
to?
have you done it in the past?
It's funny, I don't remember either.
Where have we been? Jackie, I bet you remember.
We do so many things I can't remember.
Well, why don't we say each one of us what our first priority is and see if we can agree with that and move accordingly down the line as far as number one, number two, number three. Is that basically how you would do it, Jackie?
Okay. Who would like to kick off with their number one?
My number one is the Medicine Bow Nordic Association. Just
Mine too.
for the reasons that Heber gave and the fact that I live up there both winter and summer. So I use those trails. So
Number one, it is for Medicine Bow Nordic Association. Number two, does anybody would like to suggest number two?
I would say the Civic Center locks because that's a very expensive project. A lot of people use that building, and her explanation was lengthy, but the point is to be able to close off certain sections of the building, and because different users have different codes, then they know what user, if you use a key, and you can't tell who's coming in the door, but if you have a code, there's a bunch of different codes and you can tell who's going in the building. There's a timestamp, and so it'll help them a lot.
Yeah, and I can clarify for any of that too.
Okay.
So, Chairman, I too had the Civic Center as number two, just for the mere traffic that is seen in that building and the coming and goings and all the activities that they rent their facilities out to. I think it's dire to get these locks in.
Okay. So that's everybody agreed on the one and the two. The third. So we have left the Trap Club, Rifle Range, the rail trail, the fairgrounds, and the public library. Not in any particular order, just the way I wrote them down.
I'll go with number three, and I go for the bus with the public library, just for the enhanced service. It just excites me to think that they're going to be so visible in West Laramie, which I know it's not that hard to come over to the library here, but it's more centrally located for this end of town and not that town, that side. So I just excited about the potential of what this bus can be used for, not just going to West Laramie, but for the other events that were discussed.
Awesome. And do you agree with that, Commissioner Richardson? Is that what you said?
I do.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Number four.
I suggest you go first.
Okay. I'm going to throw out
because it's starting to get tough.
The rail trail. I think that that's a first-time group that's come before us. They put some work and money in it previously, and so I would say the rail trail.
I was going to say the arena drag.
Okay.
And I was going to say the rifle range. So let's discuss this.
I'm okay with the Pelton Creek Trailhead, but I want the arena drag to be the next one. Just because it really is pretty disastrous and it's affecting the fair's ability to be self-sustaining.
I
I'm
do.
all right with that.
I'm okay with the municipal rail trail as well. I think, you know, they're trying to, a new group trying to get things going and new events. And I like the idea that they're thinking of using it in other ways than just the bicycle.
Yeah.
You know, so, yeah.
Well, and then on the value scale, it's not that much money spent for
The potential people.
a ton of people. A ton of people use it. I mean, from one end to the other, all 10 miles or whatever it is up there, 12. It's a lot of people using it.
So then 5, Albany County Fairground with Heber. Sue.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
I can live with
Okay.
that.
5 on the fairground. So 6 between the trap and the rifle. I'll say just trap club because of the shootout that they have coming this year, or the trap club Wyoming State shoot. Anybody else want to disagree?
I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, and then that leaves the rifle range. Did we do everything we needed to do, Jackie? Okay, can I get a motion? I need a motion to approve the resolution, please.
I move that we approve the resolution designating the recreation project request priorities to the Albany County School District Number 1 Rec Board for funding consideration in fiscal year 2021 to 2022.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
The motion didn't include the as described, but I'm assuming that that's assumed.
Oh, I'm sorry, as described in
Yeah.
our, okay.
Second agrees.
Thanks for putting those words in my mouth.
So just to make sure that I have it captured, Medicine Bow Nordic Association, Laramie Plains Civic Center, Albany County Public Library, Medicine Bow Rail Trail, Albany County Fairgrounds, Laramie Trap Club, Laramie Rifle Range. No discussion. Everybody signify by saying, with all those in support of the motion, signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you all for presenting here and on the internet. I appreciate the work that you do in our community. So thank you. All right. Does anybody need a break, or does anybody just want to just press through? Do you need a bathroom break? Do you need a lunch
I
break?
need a bathroom.
No?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. I'll keep going. 25, present for consideration Albany County Community Partner applications from Laramie Connections, Laramie Interfaith, and Laramie Reproductive Health for allocations of the Community Charitable Relief Program through the State of Wyoming Governor's Office amounting $772,627.38. That's the total, not what these guys are requesting. Bailey.
Good morning, Commissioners. I believe at your last meeting, I brought to you the Community Charitable Relief Organization applications. There were 3 that I had just some questions on that I wanted some verification from Jeremiah Ryman at Wyoming County Commissioners Association. He did get back to me with some responses, which I believe I had forwarded you a couple weeks ago. With the responses he gave and some more discussion that Jackie, Kayla, and myself had, we did reach out to the organizations to clarify a few items and to get a little bit more information. So what I'm presenting for you is for the Laramie Connection Center to fund them at $4,831.21. The Laramie Reproductive Health funded at $111,444.11. And then Peak Wellness has decided to withdraw their application at this time. There is another item that did come up just last week. I was Interfaith had reached out to me, and they had a calculation error in their Excel spreadsheet, unfortunately. So they are requesting just a little bit less funding. They are only requesting $426,926.02 with that to adjust for that calculation error that they did have. I did ask all of them to be present if you guys do have any questions for them. Other than that, I can answer any other questions that you have.
Commissioners, any questions? So Bailey, I guess the question I have is, we would approve them in the next one. We don't need to approve them here and then approve them again, or how would you like to do that? What's your thoughts?
Let's see, I think you would still approve them here, and then the next item is the agreements for all of them. And I did go ahead and write up all their agreements and certification statements so that if you did go ahead and approve it, then we can just move forward and not delay any process that we need to reach for the state deadlines.
Super. Okay. I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item number 25 as presented by Bailey with the amounts, the allocation described as described by Bailey.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I'm glad that these groups, because we had questions before. I like how we separated them out so that we weren't holding everyone else up. And I like that they were able to get back to us all wrapped up in a bow. And I do want to say that Laramie Connections is really cool. I don't know if you guys have done any research on that, but it's kind of remarkable. We had ACTA and the senior center, and there's some transportation kind of things, and they have a hard time working as, just because of their funding. It's been a little bit cumbersome, and in this particular case, Laramie Connection is super nimble, and they adapt quickly to the community's needs, and they don't require very much money to do it. And so I've been impressed with Laramie Connection.
Yes. I want to just acknowledge Interfaith for coming in with a request for less than what they initially did. That rarely happens, so it's nice when it does.
Yeah, why did they do that anyway?
They're just too dang honest is what the deal is, right? So did we have a motion in a second? I can't remember.
Yes, we did.
Yes. All right, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 26, present for approval community charitable relief program agreements between the Albany County Commissioners and Albany County 4-H Council, Albany County 4-H Junior Leaders, Downtown Clinic, Epson Center for Seniors, Climb Wyoming, Laramie Connection Center, Laramie Foster Closet, Laramie Interfaith, Laramie Reproductive Health, Laramie Soup Kitchen, Cathedral Home for Children and the Laramie Youth Crisis Program, the Cottage at St. Matthews, and United Way in the total amount of $433,812.70 for the Community Charitable Relief Program, grant funding, CFDA number 21.019 for services provided between the date of March 19, 2020 through December 30th, 2020.
I know, it's quite a mouthful. These are just the agreements to go with the funding that we're going to be distributing out to each of these entities.
Yeah.
It went through legal request, and now it's here for you. So.
Yeah, I just wish the state would have given us a little more time, because I think leaving a couple $100,000 on the table as knowing everybody's finances in those organizations is.
Yeah.
But they didn't, so we'll take the 433.
It may come back to us too. I mean,
Right.
Who knows with all this CARES Act funding? It's changing daily. So,
Right. But entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve item 26 as you so eloquently read.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
So for clarity, these include they do include Laramie Reproductive Health, Laramie Connections. Did I? Yeah.
Yeah,
Laramie
they're enumerated there.
Yep.
Hearing and seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? And I'm abstaining from this one. Thank you so much. Bailey, appreciate it.
Yep.
And then present for approval of community charitable relief program certification statements in the total amount of $433,812.70. Just
So these certification statements are what the state needed from us. They didn't need any sort of agreements or anything. They just wanted these certification statements from us that described what was funded at each entity. So there's 13 of them that will be signed today, and then I'll send those to the state.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the community charitable relief program certification statements in the total amount of $433,812.70.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. And Jackie, I probably should have abstained from that one too, although it's just the approvals, it's attached. Sorry about that. Item 28, present for approval, resolution 2021-006, a resolution to vacate a portion of the Cedar Avenue public right-of-way in the Centennial Plat and quitclaim deed from Albany County, Wyoming grantor to Diane Packett, grantee, a parcel of land being a part of Cedar Street per dedication plat of Centennial located in Section 3, Township 15th North, Range 78 West of the 6th p.m. in Albany County, Wyoming, being more particularly described as follows: commencing at the northeast corner of Lot 20, Block 42, Town of Centennial, Albany County, Wyoming, thence north 89 degrees, 48 minutes, 47 seconds east, a distance of 30 feet, thence south 0 degrees, 24 minutes, 22 seconds east, a distance of 132 feet, more or less, to the point that is 30 feet east of the southeast corner of said Lot 20, Block 42, then south, 89 degrees, 51 minutes, 3 seconds west, a distance of 30 feet more or less to the southeast corner of Lot 20, Block 42's Town of Centennial, thence north, 0 degrees, 24 minutes, 1 second west, a distance of 132 feet more or less to the point of beginning, and authorize the chairperson to sign and direct the clerk to record the document. Alan Frank.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
How you doing
So
today?
that was great reading that all. And basically this is just housekeeping from the last commissioners meeting and what was the directive from the Board of Commissioners, and filling out the appropriate resolution and quitclaim deed for Diane Packett.
Commissioners, any thoughts, concerns, motions?
Well, I move that we approve. Should I read it all?
You don't have to if you don't want to. Don't worry.
Item number 28 as presented.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Let the discussion begin.
Bud, come on up, please. Thanks for waiting with us for so many hours.
Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, first let me apologize for my previous comments during the Melo
No
worries.
Consideration. I came to talk about old business and then new business, so I got my wires crossed. But I do want to speak to the fact that we do believe there are recorded easements for the Centennial Water and Sewer District for utilities within the existing platted streets as were lined out in 1901 and a plot was revised in 1904. We think the language is clear. And again, we retained an attorney to work with you all and us in order to make that more clear. And so with that, we'd ask that you maybe reconsider. I know you have a motion, and Commissioner Richardson, I know you made, I didn't get to see you all last time, but I heard you, and you indicated you'd like to clean these things up as they come, and I appreciate that. But I would like to request that the Commission consider a easement and or a quitclaim for that parcel of land that focuses on the building itself and not vacate the larger portion of the right-of-way. We believe that the right-of-way, there's lines in the street, there's partial lines in the street, and we just think to retain that for future development within the Centennial Sewer and Water District would be important. And just want to make note of that and be ready to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Just a statement, Mr. Chair. I seconded the motion for the sake of discussion, but in light of Mr. Spillman's statements here today, and also what Tanya's letter pointed out, Ms. Liebold, I think she made some valid remarks there, some valid concerns. I am a little worried about precedents if this goes forward. I would like to do as Mr. Spillman suggests and maybe rethink this into giving her that part that will cover this structure on her property, but extending it down the 132 feet, I'm not so sure I'm for that anymore. And would like to discuss that with you two and maybe other possibilities here.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yeah, I'd like to address some of the points made. One thing that's interesting about the petition process is it's not precedent setting. Basically, the petitioner is begging us to solve a problem that is only ours because somebody's blocking the street, right? So there is no precedent being set because there's nothing that would legally bind us to do it again. We get to do it case by case by case. So, we've gotten some emails that talk about that concern. But anybody I think everybody out there is on notice that you don't build in the street, right? Like there was some discussion about whether we could require surveys to be done. We could. I don't see any reason to do it because if somebody starts building in the street with the purpose of appropriating public land, they're going to have to take it out of the street. The reason that this commission, even before me, has taken the approach that it has is if we deny the petition for something that already exists out there, then it leaves the challenge for the county that we have something in our street. So we either have to remove it from the street or we have to make it not be the street anymore. So the least painful way to do it is to make it not be the street anymore. So in that sense, like the ice house, when you have a 100-year-old structure, or however many years it is, maybe it was 110 years old, it was there and everybody I guess the point is that the quirkiness of Centennial, people are already used to going around these things as far as movement on the surface. Now utilities is a different thing because the water and sewer district needs to be able to put utilities where they need to go. And if they wanted to go across private land, well, then that would be a negotiation with the private landowner, right? So I kind of understand the sentiment. People are afraid that if you allow it one time, it'll just keep happening and people just take over the streets. But I don't think so. This is a tool to remedy what has been done 30, 50, 80, 100 years ago, not somebody doing it tomorrow, right? So, but also I'm okay with making people remove their property from the street. I mean, like for me, you just can't have both things happening at once. And so I don't have a preference for either one, except that it's pretty hard to saw the end of the house off. And why it's there can be massively frustrating to sort out. But the fact of the matter is the easiest thing that the commission can do is make some portion of that stop being the street, so that, and specifically for land transfer, right? If I were a landowner and part of my building was in the street, I couldn't sell it without disclosing that, right? Although people do out there, I don't know why they do that. But going forward, people would be crazy not to survey, find the corner pins, and make sure that their improvements are actually on property that they own. Because this is I've always viewed this, and previous commissions has, as a way to remedy things that are already that way, not to enable people to continue to do it. So it's kind of like redrawing Centennial the way that it is. And I'll say right now that I don't mind giving, quit claiming a chunk and leaving the rest street. For me, when I made the motion at the last meeting, I think it can be problematic if the street gets narrow and then gets wider again. So if it's a straight line down the block, for safety reasons or whatever, I wasn't necessarily thinking about the property owner acquiring land for the sake of acquiring land. And as far as the utility easements go, I can accept the fact that the entire, right of way, the entire width is the right of way, the utility right of way also. But I just want that to be somehow described a little bit differently going forward, so that no poor commission ever has to face this question again. So in my motion, I wanted at least that portion to be described as part of this action, not to the exclusion of the rest of Centennial, but only because this is what's in front of us.
Mr. Frank, could you respond to that as far as like if they were to carve out the property where the house exists, would that require you to do another viewer's report? Will we have to start the process all over again? Could you talk to me about that process, please?
As far as that goes, I believe in talking with Jennifer Kern that the board has made a decision at the last meeting with regards to a directive. From that standpoint, if you were to carve out, let's say, a different boundary, then a survey of that new boundary would need to be required to be fulfilled in the quitclaim deed and in the resolution. And so from that standpoint, we would need to have a resurvey, and I'm not even sure if the petitioner would even accept that as a possibility. And possibly Tammy Powell could weigh in with regards to her client.
Yeah. Ms. Powell, if you'd like to weigh in, and then the county attorney's office would like to speak to that. So you don't have to if you don't want to, Tammy.
Sure. Thank you. My understanding is that once a resolution is, I guess you make a motion and then you pass a resolution, it is a resolution. When I left, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, it was my understanding that the requested land was reduced by 10 feet, and that's what the county was going to do. And since Peggy is going to be speaking next, I would, if there is a statutory site that's available to allow a resolution to be amended when it's supposed to be executed, I would be interested in that, because I would believe that my client then would need to hire legal counsel because she's gone through quite a bit of expense getting the survey done, having the legal description written, etc. So Peggy, possibly you could help me with that question.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. And County Attorney Trent, please.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for clarification, and I apologize, I was not in the room when this transpired, the discussion. I had another matter I had to attend to in court. But for clarification, this commission did not take action at the last meeting on this matter. You had a discussion, you took comments from the public. From that, you gave a direction to my office to prepare a resolution consistent with what you've discussed. However, you have not voted nor voted on any of this. That's what today is about, the resolution for your consideration. You can amend it today, you can vote it down, you can approve it as written, but there has not been any legal determination on that original information at the previous meeting. So at this point, to address the issue of this right away and everybody threatening to sue us, which no offense to all of you, I'm used to being threatened daily, and I'm not going to let my legal advice to this commission be influenced. If that's your prerogative and your right to go get an attorney and to review this, that's fine. My understanding is Mr. Allen has reviewed the record, and we did not see any filed easements that exist at this time. And if that is, if there is some more information from 1901 that reflects that, that would be something we probably would like to consider. However, that time period was the last meeting to provide that information. If it is your desire to delay to see if it exists and to produce it, but we're going to be right back where we are with every land transaction here in Albany County from the 1900s. We always need a legal opinion because we don't know whether it's accurate or not, or something superseded. I have the utmost confidence in Alan Frank. He is very knowledgeable and has diligently researched this. And if it does not exist, it doesn't exist. But it's your prerogative as a board to delay this in order to see if there's additional information. And there's no harm in delaying to get more information. Mr. Nelson has not reached out to me. I do not have this email. I do not have this information, nor has Mr. Frank had the privilege of reviewing it. So that's another option you could do in delaying. The other option is to Ms. Powell directing her to a statute and that she's going to sue because of all of the time expanded. This is your job in reviewing vacation of alleys and making the appropriate findings of fact. And that's what's contained within that resolution in order for you to address that. If you need additional facts or you want to delay, it doesn't result in you going back out for a hearing. You could to be safe, but you don't need to. And so that's your prerogative again. But you are not to be bullied by people threatening to sue you. What's supposed to be is what's right. And I think your intent, if I have heard, is to correct the situation. You're not trying to get in the middle of a lawsuit. You're just trying to resolve an issue so that everybody can move forward. So at this point, we do not have, even if you wanted to give an easement on the part you did not vacate, we don't have a legal description at this time. That would incur a cost to this county to provide a survey and to provide Mr. Frank that legal for us to come back. So there has to be some ownership on the district to produce it or provide us a legal if that's your intent to do. I advise Ms. Kern and Allen we're going to proceed forward on the vacate because we knew what you were wanting as it relates to that. That other matter we can handle later with a survey and appropriate thing. The only issue that presents itself is if in that middle of the alleyway, we have an issue as to whether that easement, if it does exist from 1901, exists in the portion you're vacating. So I've given you a lot. Let me sum up. You have many options. One, you can delay to get more information from Centennial to see if they can produce a 1901 easement. And if they do have it, which I trust Ms. Powell too, as a legal mind, to have looked it up, if that exists. And I find it ironic because I think Mr. Nelson uses Mrs. Powell too, if I recall, as a law firm. If it exists, I think we all have.
Right.
If it exists, then we could delay, look into that, and report it back at your next meeting. Or you can proceed today with the resolution. You can modify the resolution. You have, you can do any of this at this point. But the threat of litigation is not an option on the table. They have a long way to go to show damages and how we've damaged when we're trying to help people. So I'm sorry I got a little bit winded on that, but I don't like to be threatened with litigation against my board when you've done nothing wrong but trying to help the people in the community. Okay.
Commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Arcaro.
Peggy, just for clarification, Heber made a motion last meeting. I seconded. We both voted for doing including giving her 30 feet as opposed to 40 feet, essentially.
So there was
Commissioner Gosar did not.
For the 30 feet.
To my recollection, we were agreeing as a board. We weren't voting on the establishment of it through resolution. We were agreeing as a board on what direction to give Alan.
Okay, and that's why I'm asking for
the
clarification.
The only direction you gave Alan is we weren't going to do the full vacation.
Correct.
You only voted that there was going to reserve that 30 for possible easement. You did not vote on moving forward with this vacate of the alley. You directed us to do it. And quite frankly, even if you did vote it, it's not proper. It needed to come forward with the findings. You made no findings of fact.
Right.
You can't go forward with
Well, the petition asked for half of the street, which was 40 feet, because it's 80 feet wide.
Right.
And so, I mean, like, I can't, as an individual commissioner, direct Alan to go back to 30 feet. That was a board decision that we made to alter what the petition asked for and then draw it up. And now we have it drawn up and it's in resolution form.
Right. And there's no guarantee.
So the remaining 50 feet are still the street.
Right. You're absolutely correct. And you can deny it right now.
Well, it would be interesting.
The vacate.
Even if there's a utility easement under the portion that we would vacate, it would be interesting, like if I was a board member on the Water and Sewer District Board, I don't think that I would go litigating trying to use that portion of utility easement that would now be under private ground when I have the street to use 50 feet of it next to it.
Well, and that's a civil matter then.
It's a civil matter, but we're trying to project forward all of the things that could come up. I don't know why anybody would say, now your house is in our utility easement and we want to go underneath it.
Right.
When you have 50 more feet.
But I feel that at this point, you may have voted, and I apologize, I wasn't here and I didn't know this was becoming an issue. I would have reviewed your minutes. I just didn't know. This is all news to me.
Yeah, and I was just asking for clarification of what
at this
exactly
point, you don't need to. You can still vote it down. That is your prerogative on the vacation. You only discussed the easement that you were going to do a certain amount, right?
Right.
Correct.
Is that in this resolution, the easement portion?
No, we left that out, right? Correct. We left that out because it was determined after discussing with Alan Frank, and then that we didn't need to go to that. That's a separate meeting, a separate issue.
It's too much micromanagement.
Right. And they can come back at a later date. And we didn't want to delay, if you were moving forward, this landowner. And so we were trying to do this in the motions. And Mr. Frank really was able to discuss who's going to pay for the survey, for that easement if it doesn't exist. So, I mean, Mr. Frank, we all had a discussion about it, and this was where we landed. But I apologize, I wasn't here to hear the vote.
Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Powell, please.
Peggy and everyone, I just want to say that if you thought that I was threatening litigation on behalf of Ms. Packett, I was not. My statement is that we didn't understand where we were, and we would possibly need to have an attorney involved if things turn differently than what we expected. I don't want you to think that I am adversarial at all to what you're trying to do. So if you got that impression, that was not what I intended at all. We appreciate what you're doing. I understand you're getting both sides.
An apology accepted. Is just that we're hearing this constantly, and I don't want my board to feel pressure. You've done nothing wrong.
Sure, I understand that, but I want you to know that both me and Ms. Packett are very appreciative and understand that you got lots going on, and I just don't want you to think that that's what I meant, because I don't know these processes. So Peggy, I was just asking if it had been passed, if there was a statute that said it could be rescinded, but it hasn't been passed because Sue asked for clarification. So I think we're all smarter at this point.
Can I?
Sure, Alan. Go ahead, Mr. Frank.
So at the last meeting, what was requested was for the board to give me some direction so I could even write up the resolution and the legal description. And so as far as that goes, that was what I was looking for. If you decide to change what your end goal is, then I would need a new survey to, regenerate a new resolution or whatever. But it wasn't, you didn't vote on anything other than to give me direction as staff what way to go. And I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. I appreciate it. So, Commission, before you have a motion for the easement that's 30 feet wide, 132 feet long, in addition to the cabin. So, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
I would like to say that when I look at all of this in my small commissioner brain, I'm not sympathetic to adverse possession claims. I don't think that ignorance is a valid, if you don't do a survey and you build in the street, I don't think ignorance is a valid claim. So in that sense, and I'm saying this for future petitioners, there is no legal entitlement to government land that's not yours just because you built on it. I mean, we could decide to run a bulldozer through it just the same as we could decide to vacate it. That said, I always bristle when a petitioner acts entitled when they're really actually just begging us to solve a problem that they created for themselves, either by building that way or by buying something that was built that way. But because Centennial has this issue, more than any place in the whole county, just because of how tiny the lots are. The lots are 20 feet wide. And people did whatever back in the day. I think that the simplest thing to do is to try to vacate where we can so that we leave Centennial, so that we redraw it the way that it is. Everybody's used to that. We're not going to do anything drastic in a sense of, I don't know, going out there and knocking people's porches off of their houses and stuff. And to me, because we have this legal description in front of us, and also because I don't like the idea of stair stepping the street, and also I think that we spend more time than we should on these things. I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Well, my thoughts haven't changed much since 2 weeks ago. And I think we balance the public good versus the private interest. And I'm not sure the public is benefited by giving an extra piece of a lot when there's no cabin on it. So sure, it makes for a nice plan and a nice plat, but that's public land. And so I'm all for correcting some of the problems that are in Centennial. In fact, you see some of the maps, you see some more coming our way. But I don't feel like I can support this today as I couldn't support it in 2 weeks. But that said, if nobody has any further discussion, does anybody have any further discussion? Okay, seeing none.
Mr. Chairman,
sure.
I will say that if we don't approve the resolution, we still have a building in our street.
Yep. Yep. I think it's incumbent on us, if we don't approve the resolution, to give some direction towards Mr. Frank and maybe Ms. Curran and Ms. Trent about which direction we'd like to continue going forward. I think that's only fair.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. It's been moved and seconded. Seeing and hearing no further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Motion does not pass. So I guess we get to the, yes, Mr. Spillman.
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, thank you. I was going to thank you either way you voted, but look forward to working with you, having Mr. Nelson give you the legal descriptions you need, that we all need in order to resolve this. Like I said, originally back when, so we've got it for future references.
Thank you for your guys' work. Thank you for your work too, Ms. Powell. So I guess giving direction, for me, I think cleaning up the program or cleaning up the plat and giving the amount of land that cabin exists on to make it smart and safe is the direction I'd like to go. But I would, obviously Heber would give more, but Ms. Ibarra?
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't want to deny Diane everything. I think giving her that piece of land that currently holds the structure is fair.
Mr. Frank, can you, does that give you enough to work with or do you need more?
I guess at this stage of the game for myself, I would need to have a survey with legal descriptions because what was presented by the Centennial Water and Sewer was not just the house, but also a portion of the adjacent property southerly all the way down to the end of the block. Because I believe there's like a deck and part of the housing that goes into the right of way as well.
Yeah.
So in order for that, I'm not a surveyor, and I that's the last thing I want to do is start making up legal descriptions that aren't valid.
Yeah. And so you're suggesting that the Centennial Water and Sewer District would provide that survey or the petitioner?
Well, being that the water district was the one initiating it, I would like to see it come from them. But then again, that is a policy decision that I believe rests back on your shoulders.
Awesome. Thank you. Just asking about the process generally. Okay, Commission, any thoughts?
Well, I liked it the way, I liked the straight line just for safety reasons.
Yeah.
You would be finding, I guess, kind of hire a survey.
Who pays for the survey?
It's you that decide. Am I correct if you're thinking, Alan, that it would be the commissioner?
Yeah.
Alan, who would pay for that survey? Who would pay for the survey? The commissioners?
Well, I mean, at this stage of the game, I'm not sure who would pay for it. I mean, I believe the survey was initially done on the first one by the petitioner. I don't know if it is, and I know that the petitioner had paid for that survey. So, I mean, right now we're looking back at square one, and honestly, I don't have a good answer for that. Someone's going to have to pay for it. I just don't know who.
Well, I got to tell you, I don't believe this commission should pay for it. You know, we are giving away land, and we shouldn't pay to give away land. So that just doesn't seem to strike me as reasonable. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I would love to bring it back, but
Let's
I'm in
bring
the
it back.
minority, and only people voting in the majority can bring it back.
Reconsider this at your next meeting and next week.
No. Yeah.
We voted it down, so people who voted in the majority, so those in the negative, that would be the Judge or Commissioner are there to bring it back on the table. And then. Okay?
And do you need a motion for that?
Yeah, you will need to have a motion.
Oh, not today to bring it,
You are
okay,
voted.
okay.
So you can reconsider it, and actually, I think you can reconsider in the same meeting, but I think we can, if you can bring it back at the next meeting, then it's not to be brought back.
Okay. Robert's rules prohibit me.
Right.
Way to be on them, Hebert.
Yeah. So we can bring it back as a discussed item for the next meeting, and then we can move forward after that.
And then hopefully we'll have the other, things filled in.
Yep.
And then get you that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Powell.
Mr. Chairman, I am not privy to what the subsequent correspondence has been from the district. And I mean, I've got connections. I can help with the legal description if that helps move this on. If the district wants to contact me and tell me what their desire is, or if the commission could tell me what your desire is, draw a picture, let me know. I can get with coffee. I mean, just to be helpful, I'm just offering that. I don't know where it goes, but if I don't know what the subsequent correspondence said about what piece, I understand we go around the building, come down and go down by the deck, but I don't know what the footages are. So if somebody could share that with me, perhaps we could come up with a legal description to present to everyone and I guess start over. Do we start over, Peggy? Is that what we do?
No.
Mr. Chair, and you would not need to start over. We just need to make sure if it's consistent with what the application is and the theory, we should be fine. I just don't know until I see. It may be we have to re-notice this. I just don't know till I sit down and talk to Alan and go through what you're changing. Okay?
It seems like to me we would only need a new legal description.
Right.
I think that's all you need, but I need to make sure I talk to them and we're all talking. I don't think I do, but I do need to.
Super. Okay.
Peggy, can I add in for a second? So the public notice just references the portion of street and doesn't go through the entire legal description. So if we're still looking at just a portion of the street, the public notice as I understand it, would still be valid.
Correct. And I just didn't know because I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. Catherine and all.
Right.
So we need to do it, but I think we're okay, but I just wanted to reserve that after I talk to Alan offline.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would it be appropriate? Would it be appropriate for Alan and Peggy and I to, since you know what the request is, would it be appropriate for them to share with me and let me see what I can do with Miss Packett's surveyor to try and meet the desires of the commission? Would that work? Is that appropriate, Peggy?
Yeah, I would think that's not a problem. And we'll include the district, and we want to make this as good as we can for everybody.
Sure.
And we want to do it with all the information. And so thank you for your comments, Ms. Powell. Thank you for your offers. We'll probably take you up on it, and then we'll revisit this at least in 2 weeks and probably 2 weeks after that, I imagine. So thank you all. Item 29. Present for approval, scope of work from A&M to complete wireless site survey design services for all county facilities in an amount not to exceed $99,415. Adam?
Commission, thank you for hearing this today. Before you is essentially a site survey audit of the county Wi-Fi system. If you've used it at all as of recently, or any time since we've been here, it's been pretty poor and unreliable. So this is the first in terms of an audit and a site survey to look at all 9 county sites for proper AP placement, capacity, bandwidth, and future proofing as we go forward. Is there any questions I can answer?
Commissioners, any questions or any take a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the scope of work from A&M to complete the wireless site survey.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you, guys.
Number 30, present for approval, memorandum of understanding between the Board of Commissioners of the County of Albany, Wyoming, by and through Albany County Public Health and the University of Wyoming for the administration of influenza vaccine. Ryan, are you still with us?
Ryan wasn't able to make it today. This is Dr. Elias. I'm here in his stead.
Well, thank you, Dr. Elias. Could you just give us a brief overview of this?
Yes. Since most of our attentions have been directed at COVID over the past several months, nearly a year, we need to remember that there's other infectious diseases out there, influenza being one of them. And this is a memorandum of understanding between the Board of Commissioners of the County of Albany through Albany County Public Health and the University of Wyoming for the administration of influenza vaccines. And what it does is establish the terms and conditions under which the university will assist the county in administering and delivering influenza vaccines to the citizens of Albany County, keeping it consistent with the county's provider agreement with the state of Wyoming. In that provider agreement with the state of Wyoming, there's 8 essential services that are identified, and immunization falls under one of those essential services of communicable disease prevention. It's for a period of 2 years, and it outlines the responsibilities of each party. I can try and answer some questions about it.
Thank you, Dr. Elias. Any questions, commissioners? I'd entertain a motion.
I move that we approve item 30 as presented for us.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any further discussions? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thanks, Dr. Elias. I appreciate it.
Thank you. While I'm here, I'm happy to update you on COVID vaccination if I'm not too much out of order, only if you would like to hear that. Things changed quite a lot yesterday.
You are not out of order, and thank you for reminding. Please go on ahead. That would be great.
So as you know, since there's limited vaccine available, we've been working in a phased approach. And phase 1A has primarily been people who have regular potential exposure to COVID patients, people who are potentially exposed to the infectious materials, and residents and staff of long-term care facilities and assisted living facilities, residential cares. In Albany County, we're pretty much through the priority 1A group. We're still finding a couple folks that weren't identified initially, so we're still getting them in. And we've also started giving the second dose to people who are the 28 days out from their first dose. The new phase B, as well as phase C, was published on the Wyoming Department of Health website yesterday, and it's changed things significantly. In phase B, the goal is to prevent death and illness and preserve societal functioning. So generally speaking, the priority groups here are the elderly. And if you remember that, well, the Wyoming Department of Health, when they set out the guidelines, they were following the ACIP recommendations from the CDC. And what their recommendation was for people who are 75 and older to be in that age group. But when the Wyoming Department of Health looked at 70 and older and compared that to people who were 75 and older, there was little difference in morbidity and mortality. So the Wyoming priority group included those that were 70 and older. The group has now been adjusted to people who are 65 and older. Due to the limited supply of vaccine, though, in Albany County, we started with people who were 80 and older. Last Friday, we opened it to people who were 75 and older. When that seems to be settling, then we'll open it to people who are 70 and older, and then 65 and older. That's probably the biggest change, was to add the 65 and older. But in addition to that, they are now doing other priorities simultaneously with those groups. So in 1B, groups 1 and 2 are essentially the same. They didn't change at all. Group 1 being fire, police, 911, call staff, correctional staff, search and rescue, Department of Family Services. Group 2 was funeral service practitioners. So now in group 3, we have people who are 70 and older doing that simultaneously with people who live within congregate living or other care homes, group homes, halfway houses, child and youth serving facilities. Groups 4, 5, and 6 are now healthcare providers, behavioral health providers, social workers that are unable to socially distance or do telehealth, the K-12 teachers and school district staff, childcare providers and adult daycare, and that is all run simultaneously with people who are 65 to 69. Group 7 is public transit employees, including community transportation buses, airline flight crews, and that will be run simultaneously with people who have underlying conditions of cancer, chronic kidney disease, chronic lung disease, solid organ transplant, sickle cell, Down syndrome, and pregnancy. Category 8 is grocery store employees and other food supply chain, food manufacturing that have 25 or more employees. And this will be run simultaneously with people who are on Medicaid waiver and developmental disabilities waiver. Group 9 is now Postal Service employees and other delivery services who are likely to have more than 15 minutes of exposure, including clinical lab couriers. And that will be run simultaneously with people who have diabetes, heart disease, obesity, immunocompromised, and severe neurologic conditions like stroke and dementia. Group 10 is workforce service employees, port of entry, parole and probation, court system employees, non-law enforcement security people, attorneys, judges, and court personnel necessary for in-person criminal hearings and trials, and their custodial staff. And then running simultaneously with that is caregivers who are caring for a person who's at high risk of COVID, but for some reason are unable to be vaccinated. So with the limited availability of the vaccine, we still need to go down through those priority groups as they are written, but again, doing it simultaneously. In December, we received 1,200 doses of the vaccine. In January, we received 1,000 doses. And in February, we're expecting to receive 500 to 600 doses a week for a total of 2,100 doses. The first 500 doses is expected to arrive this week, but they have not gotten here yet. I've had questions about why we have so much vaccine sitting on the shelf. And the number, if you look at the website, is somewhat misleading. What it's saying is that we've gotten vaccine, excuse me, that's been allocated for second doses, but those second dose vaccines actually arrive a week before they are due. So the vaccine that arrived the week of January 18th was meant for second doses, which didn't start until January 25th, which was 28 days after the first dose. Another thing to remember is that the allocations of the vaccine is not based per capita, that the allocations are based on estimates of how many people are in that community, either in that job category or in that age category. And we don't have the ability to order vaccine, and we don't have any ability to request which vaccine we get. Those numbers that are posted are only estimates, and then what we actually receive depends on how much the state of Wyoming receives. People need to sign up for the My Health Connection account through the Ivinson Memorial website, and that way they'll be registered in the system. They'll be notified when they have fallen into an eligible group. If they have difficulty doing that, either just navigating it or don't have internet service, whatever, there's a call center where they can call for help, and they will get the appointment scheduled when they're in an eligible group, and they will help them get registered into that My Health Connection. In addition to the clinic that's ongoing, we're also vaccinating in some other congregate living facilities where there are a lot of elderly people, where it's easier for us to go to them rather than them coming to us. And currently we're administering about 110 to 120 vaccines per day. And the schedule has already been expanded to reflect the higher number of doses that we expect to be getting in February. I can try and answer any questions you have.
Any questions, commissioners?
No, I very much appreciate that update.
And I guess there's two websites that are still the best, publichealthlaramie.org. There's a COVID-19 button, and then Ivinson Memorial Hospital, ivinsonhospital.org/vaccine. And then the call center is 766-8222, if that's correct. If those still the best places to go, Dr. Elias?
Absolutely, you got it completely right. And there's also information on the county website and the city website that direct you to those other ones. But to go for the direct links, the links and the phone number you gave are the perfect ones, yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to update us on COVID-19.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
You bet. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Item 31, take from the table the amended and restated joint powers agreement of Wyoming Association of Risk Management Property Insurance and Wyoming Association of Risk Management Representative. Is that you, Joe?
It is. Good morning, afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
Could you just give us a little overview on what we're looking at here?
Sure. This is JPA for the property pool. It was rewritten for one purpose, and that is to clarify the withdrawal of members. The withdrawal notice was changed back in 2005 when it was changed from 3 months notice to 12-month notice. And the reason behind that is to lessen the impact on the remaining members should a member withdraw. So the intent is not to keep anyone hostage. The intent is only to lessen the impact to the remaining members. So those were changed back in 2005 to the 12-month provision. And this is just a clarification of the penalty that would be imposed should a withdrawal happen and a timing of those. So that's what this is about.
All right. County Attorney Trent, please. Can you hear that, Joe?
I cannot.
Okay.
Just for clarification, and hi, Joe.
Hi, Fake.
To address how early withdrawal affects the other members' costs and premiums, and how you derive that formula for the damages depending upon when the entity withdraws. Because
Sure.
when I looked at other agreements, the penalties were lower than what we're being charged. So I just didn't know how you came up with that penalty for liquidated damages, to say if you were an early withdrawal.
Okay, I got the first part. I didn't get the second part about when you looked at other something.
Yeah, I apologize. Let me stand over here. I had a question on how you determined the liquidated damages depending upon when we withdraw, if we would ever withdraw as an entity. My understanding is the reason that you're requesting this type of clause is because of the withdrawal of other entities and how that affects the premiums of other people who are members of the joint power agreement. But I guess I am unclear how the board determined that liquidated damage, because when I've looked at other, first of all, I didn't know you could do liquidated damages, but you can because you're agreeing. But I don't know how the board determined those amounts because they seemed high compared to what I've seen in other power agreements. So I just wanted to know how that was derived, that
Sure.
formula.
Okay, so the first part, how does that impact other members? So we put together a budget in January. So we collect a schedule, you provide a schedule of values to us, and we collect them from all of the other members. There's 49 other members. We collect all those and aggregate that. And then, as you may or may not be aware, WARM takes on the first level of insurance, first layer, if you would, and then we buy reinsurance that sits on top of us. So we report those values to our reinsurer, and we're in a pool of pools, a larger pool that takes a bunch of other pools from across the country and puts them together and then purchases insurance that sits above us. So we report those numbers to them, and then we formulate a budget based upon that total number of insured values that we've collected. And the end of February, we provide projected numbers to our members, and those members then use those as placeholders in their budgets. So when a member leaves, about a quarter of what we charge stays with us, with WARM, for operating expenses and mostly for paying out claims within our layer. The other 75% goes to the insurance that sits above us. So when somebody leaves, we have a 25% deficit of their premium that then has to get reallocated amongst the other members. And so that, if it's a large member, that reallocation can push members above our projected number. And again, they use these for budgeted purposes, and you all can understand how that would impact you if I gave you a projected number and then, 2 months later, I come back and say, well, it's much higher than that. And just to give you an example, someone like the city of Cheyenne has, one of our larger members has about $600,000 in contributions. A quarter of that, $150,000, would be the amount that we retain. So if they were to leave, as an example, we would have to make up that $150,000 by reassessing that, redistributing that number amongst the remaining members. And so that's really the reason, the driver behind it, because we don't want to have someone leaving impact the remaining members in a negative fashion. In regards to the second part of your question, this was developed by Carrie, our finance director, and myself, the schedule. And it's less science, more art, because we are taking into account the deadlines that we have and trying to establish how that would impact our operations. So there's not much impact between December or July and December. That's why we kept it at 25%. That's not a huge impact. Once we hit January, then we start with the budgeting process. We provide numbers out, so that increases then. April 1st rolls around, and now we have our finalizing numbers, and then once June rolls around, then we've invoiced members, and so we tried to come up with a schedule instead of just saying, well, the JPA calls for you to give 12 months notice, and if you don't give 12 months notice, you owe 100% of the contribution. We didn't want to be that way, so we tried to come up with a schedule that was more fair from our point of view to schedule the impacts that we see and then provide this schedule based upon how we saw it impacting our operations and then the remaining members.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Commissioners, any questions? So I guess I need a motion to remove this from the table.
Mr. Chair, I move to remove this item from the table, the amended and restated joint powers agreement of Wyoming Association of Risk Management Property Insurance.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Item 32. Present for reconsideration the amended and restated joint powers agreement of Wyoming Association of Risk Management Property Insurance. Commissioners, any questions for Joe, or we pretty much covered it?
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the amended and restated joint powers agreement of Wyoming Association of Risk Management Property Insurance.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? I just have one question for Joe. Do you have boys who swim at South High School?
I do.
I love those guys. Just want you to know that. Right.
Do you see them? Do you have a similar one?
Good. Yeah. Your sons. They're awesome.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner
know
Richardson
in
is a
what
volunteer
capacity.
coach with the Laramie High team.
Oh, okay, great.
I used to coach Jason and Larry back in the day.
Oh my gosh, hilarious.
They were in
Yeah.
trouble. Yeah. Can I tell you a story really quick? Just for fun? Sure. They went to an elite swimming meet. And Jason, Larry, Sheriff O'Malley's kid, Ryan, and Buddy Boyson. And they're in the airport. And in the old days, if you wanted to page somebody, you called in and the voice is saying, pick up the white courtesy phone or whatever. And this is how long ago that was. And so they did that, but they just made up a name, right? So the person would never call in to get their, so they were sitting in the airport and the lady kept saying, Bob Gobalina, like for 2 hours. Pick up the white courtesy phone. It was the best thing ever, I swear. And now those two ding-dongs are coaching the South High School. And they're really good at it. They're excellent coaches.
They are great coaches. I appreciate that.
Even Jason's been there for some time, right?
Yeah.
We had a motion, I think.
It was a good story.
Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same side. Motion carries. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. Thanks for
Yep.
waiting on us today.
No problem. Thank you all.
Have a great afternoon. Item 33, discuss grants department. And so I guess, Peggy, if you want to take this.
Yeah, this is, I know we're at a late hour, so I apologize for that, but I wanted to bring this on for your discussion, and I know we're not at budget time, but the timing of this is really imperative. As you saw today, there are many grants that are moving forward, federal grants, SAMHSA grants, and we have an opportunity to apply for many more involving criminal justice system. And also you have your civil side with economic development and what have you. Right now, it's Bailey who's doing everything. And it's putting a lot of stress on Bailey, and I'm watching it from afar. Bailey's been a professional, has helped all of us, even when it's like herding cats sometimes. Bailey's able to pull us together to see a great product like you had today that came forward on your agenda. So I wanted to kind of talk about where are we going with grants and what are we doing? Because right now we brought that topic up when I think a year ago or during budget, and it just never really moved forward to know where we're going. Right now, we have had Bailey, who's been doing all the applications, compliance. She's doing all of the making sure all the deadlines are being met, and like I said, herding all of us together and making us aware of available grants. Karen Wayne, is it Wainwright? Wayne Scott, she has been actually doing the writing. We've contracted with her, and that relationship I think has been working extremely well. As grants come in, she has that experience in the area that we've been seeing, and she's writing the documents. As a matter of fact, the grants that were on your agenda today, the professors are also peer reviewing our grants. So that'd be Dr. Nunez, Dr. Frank, and others from the university. They were wowed by her writing and what products she is putting together for you right now. She works for other communities out of Colorado, so it doesn't conflict with what we're doing here locally. However, we have to think, how are we evaluating our grants? How are we checking for compliance? What relief do we have for Bailey, in getting all of this information put together? And I know right now with Bailey going on maternity leave, this is just a short term. There is a need to bring in somebody to help her with data, vouchers. She does quite a bit. But individually in my office alone, I have Melissa Irving, who's been putting in the FAM care case management system, building report cards so we can generate more grants and get more information. We have another grant coming forward that we pulling our resources together within our district and utilizing the university and doing more with data research that the professors would like to participate with us. So there's a lot of growth that we're seeing here in Albany County with grants and with the financial situation. We haven't even started with the sheriff's office and other items that we can draw down funds. There's the civil side, economic development, roads, anything that you desire, but we just have one person daily. So I guess I wanted to throw this out at this time. You know, where are we going and have this dialogue about growth? And I know you discussed, Commissioner, Chairman Gosar, about maybe partnering with the city, what we could do. I will tell you, we do work well as a team with the criminal justice system. We are very tight as a team. So I don't think that that would be a far fetch for us to work together. You know, but with other grants, I'm not sure if we compete at times, and that's the only concern I have. But with criminal justice, we are a team. The university, all of us working together. And stakeholders, school district, we're all working together. So I guess, you know, with that said, we need legal compliance too. Not when we get in trouble or doing these audits. We have no one reviewing to make sure we're complying with each of these grants to the degree. Bailey does as it comes forward, but not to the degree that we should be doing. I think Tim Thornton was suggesting that, but it has to be built in as an evaluator, not someone just coming in and after the fact. It has to be a person that's with us as we move along so that we're meeting that guideline. So I'm bringing that to your doorstep as a consideration. I don't think this wait till budget. If we get these grants that are coming forward, we're talking March and April, March and April, or April and May. Oh, they won't? Oh, okay. So June. So I don't know, but I have grants too that are going. So I don't know how those are going to go down, but we have victim witness grants, both of VAWA. We have, and we've been growing every year except for this past year. It's just, we did take a cut. We have the drug courts, everything just keeps growing, and I'm worried about compliance. So that's what I want to say.
Commissioners, any thoughts?
Mr. Chair, I just had a question. Peggy, so this contract person we have right now with UW, is this an internship? Is it a contract? Or?
It's a contract position, and she is out of Colorado.
Oh, okay.
We discovered her, and she's been a delight, but she's not affiliated with the university. But the university, for free, I shouldn't advertise that, has been peer reviewing our material. Everything that we've been bringing forward is evidence-based and researched by the university, so that we're not bringing junk science and experimental. We're bringing solid information to your step that deals with how to deal with our youth, how to deal with the mentally ill, and so forth. So right now, we're fortunate we have the university, but we need to have more of the legal compliance and data evaluation and collection. And that complements what's going on. It's just amazing what's being dropped on bail. And I'm worried we're not catching all the pieces. And I believe some of that can be used for matching, for grants. We did ask Karen, who's very familiar, our grants writer, like Bailey had said, it could be potentially supplanting. So if you get a grant and you want to pay for your county position to do this, we have to be careful on what that grant says in that criteria. So I can't guarantee that those positions would be 100%, but you know the old adage, to make money, you got to spend money to get the money to get it come in. And we have a unique ability. I know I can only speak with the criminal justice system right now to bring in money for what we're doing. We're at that stage right now.
Mr. Richardson, you have something?
Well, this county can't function without grants because we don't have a big enough tax. We don't have the revenue to support all the things that we have going. So to me, I think that the issue here is funding, right? I mean, there's a certain amount of work that has to be done. And so I'm all for doing this. I just want to know how. And we have to probably work together to figure out how. I know that we have started charging some administration fees in grants, you know, and we didn't used to do that. So we just kept piling work on our grants department without them being able to take a couple percent of the, you know, our administration fee for all the work that they do. And we started to turn that around. And then some grants that's not permitted. Some it is. So it's the puzzle piece of like the downtown clinic, you know, it's tough. So from my perspective, I think that we need to figure out how to get Bailey some help. I mean, just the data entry, the proofreading, you know, all of this, the paper trail that accompanied and these things forever until you close the grant out, which can be years down the road. So I just think we got to figure out how.
Yes, please. Jackie, thank you.
Commissioners, Chairman, Commissioner Ibarra, just some history. The grants department used to be a department solely with 2 employees, a grants manager and a grant specialist. With reorganization, basically, we left a highly respected individual in the state of Wyoming who was the grants manager, and her name was Sheila Schermetzler. And she relocated to another jurisdiction in the state of Wyoming. And so then we brought in a new grants manager. Then we lost the specialist who is now over at the state of Wyoming. And then with the reorganization, the office then came under my responsibility. And since Sheila left, we have lost 3 grants managers within a 2-year period of time. And so, yes, I agree with Peggy. Bailey has taken on an extreme amount of work. She has done so with a lot of poise. She has never complained. With Peggy's and Jennifer's assistance for their legal review, even with assistance from Kayla and Amanda from my staff and helping Bailey, it's not enough. And of course, we all know that Bailey shortly will be leaving to go on maternity leave. And so in preparation for not having a void in that office, we reached out to Christina and asked her to help us prepare a grants assistant job description. We have had some highly intelligent applicants, of which we have interviewed. And right now we are at that place to offer a position for an assistant that is 30 hours a week that is benefited. Certainly, I agree. We are getting more and more grants, and not all grants, unfortunately, can help us generate revenue. But with those grants and the grants department, we need to grow. We are doing a tremendous amount of applications, and I would suggest that, yes, we need to look at how we can put the resources, because we have some very intelligent people that are gathering the data right now that could help us move into this position. And so I appreciate Peggy's vision in moving forward. I mean, we tried to do this. I guess I dropped the ball. I did, and not out of consideration in for Bailey's needs, but the timing just did not work. And so we're supportive of let's make this office grow. Let's get the resources and the talents that we need within this office and move forward. Well, like on the run right now, the fair board, the library board, how are we helping them? And there's all these areas in the county, like the fair board struggling with some of the green. I mean, these are ways you can get grants to bring them up. I'm not trying to be like off money here, but I'm trying to see this way to really grow, but you're not. And so people are struggling with fighting with money that comes to be very used from the public service and healthcare and us getting money elsewhere. We're taking your money that we can use from the tax money that we can get from the grant money. There's a lot out there, and I'm not sure how we're not pulling that money.
You're talking leveraging the penny type.
Right. There's ways to really bring this in and help people who are struggling and we can grow. We don't have a confidence. So we've got to find ways to and leverage it. We need the talent to build up. And I like the idea of these partnerships. It worries me because of the competition grant that I found out that we were considering when I was talking with they went to the same thing. So now we're competing. And that's what we're going to run into is that competition. We have to be mindful where we can partner. So,
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. How do you see this person best being used? Yes, an assistant to Bailey, but it should be assigned to your department, because I know you have a lot of things that Bailey has to deal with in addition to all the other departments. So would she be under Bailey working within that, or would you assign her somewhere?
So I started looking at if you were to build a grant department, you need legal compliance, and that person would be under Bailey, directed by Bailey, but overseen by us as attorneys, because we would be under that legal compliance. They would be looking at compliance and procedure. They'd be looking at doing all the contracts, working with legal and under our supervision, but everything needs to go under Bailey and the grants department. We just will be directly with it. If you look at the hospital, they have a legal compliance. They're not an attorney, but that person is brilliant and can do anything to anyone. And then that person knows when to go to the attorney. They can quickly review their work because they know what they're doing. So that legal compliance, I think, is really critical. The contract, that's one position. Jackie mentioned a person that they're about to hire. I looked at the job description and it had the level of a high school. I mean, to me, that's more low level, doing more of the grunt work and helping. And you're restructuring to utilize Bailey to help find grants to pull them in. Writing is what we have right now with the writer, leaving that person outside and maybe hiring another person to help with writing of civil grants and different, and helping the fair board, library board, planning commission to get reports, studies done. These can be done. I don't want to use the word studies, but things that really could be a tool to help us. So that's where I kind of was seeing it move. And I know that Ty Baker at some point had done a presentation to the commissioners. I don't recall when, but she was trying to say there's different methods of way you can set it up. I'm not wanting to necessarily take on a person to supervise. I think it needs to stay with grants, because you're evaluating a grant and doing the data. I think it has to have independence from everybody. And I think the legal can complement
but it has to go into grants. Right now, you have all these silos of people doing work. And I don't know, I find it odd, like from a money standpoint, we have checks and balance to make sure it is. And we have the person auditing, evaluating in the departments who are doing it. It doesn't make sense to me. There needs to be that, right, there has to be, so that we know if there's a problem. There has to be a person that's able to say, hey, this isn't legal, and not have retribution because you're in their department saying this. So I think it's nice to put in grants. We would work with legal contracts and all of that, but that's kind of what I was kind of thinking as we grow. And the data and evaluation and compliance. And I think you're going to need another writer if you start going for business.
Anybody have any other discussion? So I think there needs to be its own department. I've always thought that. I've been because it is such a big deal. I think legal compliance and data, I think that's a big deal. I think writing is certainly, but I think there also needs to be a vision with department heads and electeds. Say, where would you like your department to go? And then here are some ideas about getting there. I don't know how we do that all. And I'm a bit concerned that in the world that I work in, I do some of this work. Obviously, you want to be like Mario and Mario Brothers. You want to grab all the coins you can. But if you can't fill underneath, you end up with a bunch of bad grants. And you ruin your reputation by not having either reported timely, reported what you thought, or whatever is reported in the grant. And so I think sometimes it's just better to measure your pace, get your place in your house in order, get your grants department up and running before you take on the world. And that is something that I've had to learn the hard way. So I think that needs to be part of the conversation too. And how do we do that? And how do we get people to start thinking differently in their department? Where does Road and Bridge see their vision? And what can we do grant wise? And so you almost need somebody who has the ability to search or at least access to those databases that are available. So big conversation, but I think it's a necessary conversation. And I guess probably not going to get hammered out today. We might want to set a work session for something like this. That's your thought on that? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think it's a position or maybe two that are definitely needed. I think you're totally overstressed, maybe even, and definitely overworked. And I think we are missing out on some potential because there isn't anyone to really do the research to find it. So, I'm all for it.
Yeah. Do you want to set a work session right now on this? Right. Right.
I don't know, maybe it's going to be another 6 weeks, another month. I we can start doing work. But I have to tell you, without disclosing a whole lot of the person that we're considering is really more than just I don't remember the word that you use, Peggy, but it is not data entry. This person that we really are looking at has knowledge and experience and has worked in grants that we believe is going to be a right hand to Bailey. They're not a grants manager. Bailey is working hard to, I think, one day achieve the ability of being considered as a grants manager. Her weakness right now, but that she's working on is the writing component. But we're looking at what is in the best interest for the county. And so it is more, at least, than a data entry person. And I hope that once you find the capabilities of this individual, it's going to be more than just filling in when Bailey is absent. She is, or he is going to continue to do research and help move us forward and continue to help the office grow.
I guess I'd like to start it sooner rather than later, but Bailey, do you have any thoughts on that?
I agree with you. I'd like to start this work session sooner rather than later. I know you have mentioned that you see the grants office being outside or out from under Jackie. My biggest concern is while I am gone, because of the new territory that we'll be in, I would like to see it stay under Jackie while I'm on my maternity leave. Just because I think Jackie and Kayla have been very helpful over the past few weeks with all this CARES Act money that's coming in with the unknown. They can help with some guidance. Amanda's in there for the financials just to at least get us through there. And then if you so desire, to move us out after that time.
It's an institutional knowledge thing. Yeah.
I'd like to think we get it done by the time you are back with maternity leave, but I'm not sure. I mean, it seems like we got a lot of work here. I guess I don't know how you want to do this. I guess there's more people that probably need to be in this conversation that are in this room. Yeah.
Everyone can say, oh, it's just never happened. I'm sorry. And I understand and I'm feeling, I don't know who's bringing it in, that's not enough to cover all the ways we have. We need more than a vision. You can't just look at more immediate fill a gap. You have to grow. And this is just criminal justice. And I think I remember years ago trying to all these times for everybody now.
Right. No.
That's what I.
Yeah.
In my, but we thought we rectify that this time. We have to let it we have. I
Right. So commissioners, next week, what are days that work for you? Mornings are better for me than afternoons, but that's all right.
Generally for me as well.
Well, how about Tuesday morning, 8 o'clock? People do 8 o'clock? Or is that too early? I prefer that. 9?
I just have a conflict with the WCA commissioner training.
Okay.
I sort of would like to be able to be on those. I attended the first one. Looked up ahead, and I think it's beneficial for me to attend. So unfortunately, next Tuesday, 8:30 to noon is the next training.
What about Wednesday? Can you do Wednesday?
Yeah, I can do it Wednesday.
Yeah. Okay. Is earlier better than that on that? So if we did, I mean, okay, so if we went at 9 o'clock on Wednesday and maybe not more than an hour and a half.
Yeah, because then we go into cops so that as well.
We go to where?
I got to meet cops.
Okay. So 9 to 10:30 on Wednesday. Okay, done. Thank you guys for being so reasonable about that. So that's Wednesday the 10th. from 9 a.m. to 10:30. All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but please, Ms. Trent and Ms. Gonzalez, when you speak from your seats, we cannot hear it at all. So if you could speak to the mic when you're talking, it'll go out over the Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. So we've added a work session next Wednesday morning from 9 to 10:30 to discuss grants at the county. 34, discuss aquifer protection overlay zone. This is mine. We have been at this for almost as long as I've been a commissioner. And I was just wondering where we were and then what the plan was to get this done. I would ask that the planning and zoning, we ask the planning and zoning if they're finished with it to send it to us. And then we'll just move from there. That's my whole thought about this. When's the next? Is that Wednesday? Next Wednesday? Is that their meeting?
Yeah, Wednesday the 10th.
Okay. Any thoughts on that, commissioners?
Yeah, being a new one, I don't know where anything stands at this point as far as the regs. I know I've seen things, but I don't know what is actually a certified recommendation, if we would have one, where we are at this point. I think it'd be helpful to ask them to pop it up.
Yeah, and maybe put it on the next agenda, some of the history part of that, so that you can be caught up to speed too.
So I guess it says discuss aquifer protection overlay. Well, it's a place east of town. I think what we're talking about is the cap, right?
No, they paused talking about the regulations that went to planning and zoning along with the moratorium some 19 months ago or maybe more. I don't know. It's been a while. And I think they've just, I'm not sure where they are, and I'd just like an update and a place to move forward. David, are you there? Oh, you are. Excuse me.
Yep,
Huh?
yep.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so the Planning and Zoning Commission, as you know, have been working on it for quite a while. It did make it to the board. We did have a work session, and then it went, after we received some more public comments, it went back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. They worked on it through the summer and into the fall, and then they put it off until after the election. They did discuss it last meeting, and they were wanting to know your direction. So I think that's what we're getting today, is kind of where you want to go with this. I can definitely have that on the next agenda, and then just discuss that you guys are ready to see it. If they're ready for it, ready to pass it on. So we've done quite a bit of work on it. So I will just have to review that and then get it back to you guys. So
thank you, David. I appreciate it. Just like to wrap these things up.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Let me stand up to this foreman. Foreman said I'm not loud enough, which I've never been accused of. At this point, could we respectfully request as well that Dave have the board take action, whether it be one way or another, so that when it comes up, they've actually taken action on it, whatever their recommendation would be.
Yeah.
So those regulations come on, they finalize them, and then it come up to you and report it back to you for your next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
David, do you think that's something that can be done on the agenda?
Yeah, absolutely. We can do that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Because if it sits in my head too long, I'll forget, and I don't want to forget. Okay, item 35, discuss January 26, 2021 work session with the Laramie City Council. I don't know who wants to take this one.
I would say
You had some good ideas at that meeting.
we were shooting for the moon, and the devil is in the details. I think that because of home rule the counselors don't necessarily understand the commission's role as a government entity, what our statutory requirements are, what we have to do, and how we do it. So I think there's a lot of education that's going to have to be done. So that we don't spin our wheels on any of the things discussed. That's it. I mean, I'm happy to go forward. I just think that there's a lot of education that's going to have to happen for the counselors to understand the commission's role and process.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I think, I'm probably one of those people who need some of that education, but at the same time, I don't want to fall behind the argument, to use the argument, we're bound by statutory regulations, this or that, without making sure that we are, all of us, even you two still, with your experience, are using the right statutes, making sure it applies to whatever we're talking about and not get too bound up with that, because otherwise, we may not be able to move forward. So I know we still need to stay within legal boundaries, but I don't think we need to be so limited that everything that's suggested, well, there might be a statutory reason why we can't do it. I don't want to go there. I maybe need to, I like maybe the education, but I'm willing to, consider other ways to make things work.
Well, I think narrowing it down to the 3 groups made it really nice. They've already put the counselors in on their 3 groups. I think it makes it interesting to have that education by just working with somebody. I don't know that I know exactly how the council works. I'm pretty sure. I'm even sure I know how the commission works, really. So that's probably going to be helpful. Whatever group I'm going to be in, I'm going to think, is there a short-term goal that we can accomplish? Is there a medium? Is there a long-term goal? And how do we get there? And if there's nothing, well, at least having the conversation. I think about the detention center right now. This is one that's been deviled us for a while. We can get this done, right? And some of the planning and zoning that can be done. So at least having a conversation and the sense of direction and the vision of going with each other somewhere. So
yeah, it's projects like the detention centers that are wide open.
Yeah.
When it comes to planning, that's where statute comes in. And statute, I mean, I wouldn't want you to overthink it or think that it's super limited. But there's just processes prescribed, right? For how we draft, how we publish, how we take public comment, and the timelines associated with that, and you can't deviate from those. Those are steps in stone. So I'm just hoping in the process that what I said in the meeting is that I thought that this should be, I mean, if we meet with them like to set goals, that's one thing, but to execute the goals probably has to be led by the county because we have more limitations than the city does. So if the city were to lead it, we would have to cut it up at the end when it was potentially, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but something like economic development, that probably doesn't have a whole lot of guardrails. And so you could work together on, they have a plan already that everybody was sent to us. And I thought it was really, pretty well done.
It's really only planning, joint planning, extraterritorial planning. But all of the other things are wide open.
Yeah. And that's right.
Yes. So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I think after your last joint meeting, some good ideas came forward of creating working groups. And I'd like to bring a resolution back to you at your next meeting, kind of for putting the framework together. So I've heard some of your discussions. Some of the ideas I'm hearing is, and the city kind of put the words, but there was high growth area for economic development was one working group. And the other working group involved the Casper Aquifer and development of the EAC. And then the third one just dealt with a group of intergovernmental agreements between each of us and one with the detention center we talked about. I think part of what I'm hearing, if I hear a theme of what you're saying, the mission of these groups would be to educate one another, develop goals, common goals that you can work together, and then execute carrying it out. And that's kind of the three areas under each of them of how to do it. I've also heard you wanted more accountability, that we're doing it, and who would be on this group, what that group would look like, and who from your staff of your departments would be on those groups with you. So what I kind of like to do is kind of spitball, let you tell me what you want. If you could start with one group, that way I know what to write in the resolution to bring back forming these groups. And that gives you more, here's your goal, what you're setting out and what your outcome is.
Okay.
You did it with the pilot bill. That was amazing, because I know Phil Nicholas had it all in his mind, routed it out, but you need to have these working groups with people on it that you feel would be good to recruit. And then you bring in people to present to those groups. You as a group decide that, what you want to make it work. But you've got to have some of your staff on it to help you.
Yeah.
So which group would you like to start with?
Well, they have already picked counselors for the groups that we established. So there's the CAP and environmental issues. And they have counselors Cumpy, O'Doherty, and Gabriel.
Okay.
They have high priority growth area infrastructure and economic development group, Councilor Stalder, Harrington, Mayor Weaver. And then there's general intergovernmental cooperation and planning, Vice Mayor Pierce, Councilor Schuster, and Somerville. So I guess my thought would be, can we just populate those, everybody pick one?
Yeah, just
Line
do
it
it,
up and
yeah.
then decide what we want to do, and then come back and say, these are the staff members we think we might need, and they might be different every single time.
Yes.
I'm guessing.
And you'll have your core group, and then if you need different ones to bring in as issues progress, then you bring them in. But or you just do what you feel as a group.
Okay.
So I just need to know which group you want to be under.
I would be happy to do the infrastructure development plan.
So that was the high growth area with infrastructure?
Yep. And I've sent you this email. I'm sorry, I forwarded it to you and Jennifer Curran and the commissioners from Mayor Weaver.
Oh, I got one from Janine I sent to you. Is that the same one?
Probably.
I had the attachment. Okay.
And Commissioner Ibarra?
I think I'd like to attack the cat.
And I'm in the intergovernmental cooperation and planning. So that seems to work.
Yeah, you're going to get the most satisfaction.
I'm not sure. I don't mind it. I kind of,
No, I'm serious because these other ones are harder.
Yeah.
You're going to get the most satisfaction. You're going to be able to put things together for this board more easily than
You
the other
had some good thoughts at that meeting the other night. You really did. So I'm really pleased that you are volunteering for this one, because to me, I don't understand a lot of that stuff that you have to experience, but you just had some really good thoughts. And it makes sense that you should be on that.
It fits in my wheelhouse.
Okay, is that all you need? Okay.
Well, I need to know, so you're going to tell me who you're going to put on your team for staff?
Well, I was thinking maybe we should meet because I don't know exactly what they want to talk about. Like, if for instance, in my group, if they wanted to talk about the detention center right away, it would be nice to have somebody
Okay,
from your
okay.
office, somebody from the sheriff's office.
Okay.
But if they wanted to talk about, I don't know, joint solar array, right?
Okay.
That doesn't make much sense. Come from your office and the sheriff's
Right.
office.
I have no interest.
So just maybe a
Oh,
preliminary
sorry.
issue, a preliminary meeting about where we would like to head.
Okay.
And then we would probably be able to bring that back with the staff.
Because I spoke with Janine about that we were going to draft a resolution, so we have documentation of what's going on. They had their form from their strategic plan, so
Okay.
they just were using this as under that strategic plan.
Okay.
So I will draft something together, let you guys review it. Please edit.
Okay.
I'll just put in what I'm hearing of common themes and what your direction. But I think I understand they put their items, but I'm hearing some other items, and I want to make sure that your voice is heard equally as to because when I looked at the list, it came out kind of different than what you've been saying in your words, and I want to make sure your voice is heard. Does
Yeah.
that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got to be a cooperative group.
Not trying to create conflict.
No. Yep. No, thank you. So that's 35, and it looks like 36 we also covered there, the discussion. Let's just finish this out and then we'll go to the work session. Our apologies, we're just a little bit behind, guys. Thank you for being here. Item 37, make appointment to the Albany County Planning and Zoning Commission. So there is one group, one opening to fill an unexpired term to end January of 2022.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Henry Richter to the Albany County Planning and Zoning Commission.
Been moved. Is there a second?
I don't know where he came from. I didn't expect, but I thought he was super interesting and highly qualified. So,
Motion dies for lack of a second. And any other motions?
Yeah, I too, was very impressed with the two candidates. I think both of them are equally qualified, and both are geologists. So, wow, I think we scored on both of these. I would like to make a motion to nominate Maura Hanning. I think she's very qualified, and I'd like to see a woman on the commission, P&Z.
Second. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Thank you. Item 38, make appointments to the Albany County Scholarship Committee. So there are two openings to fill 3-year terms to end February 2024. I'd entertain any motions.
You sure?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Chair, there's two positions, right? And, again, we've got some good candidates here. I would make a motion to appoint Maria Owen and Jerry Fitzgerald, only because I think sometimes maybe new blood is good. Tim's served for some time, and I don't want to, show appreciation to him for all he has done. But I think maybe sometimes a changeover is good. Obviously, Ms. Fitzgerald is very, very qualified for this, and I think Maria Owen as well with her studies and what she's been involved with. And I think more than anything, just some new membership is good.
Second. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Even you were just waiting for me to shut up, weren't you?
Aye.
Aye, sorry.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
No worries. It's all good.
Item 39, make appointments to the Albany County Predator Management Control District. Anybody want to make a motion?
I move to approve the only candidate we got, and we're lucky to get him, I guess, Brian Peach.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 40, approved vouchers for January 2021.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the vouchers for January 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same side. Motion carries. Item 41, adjourn. I move, seeing no business before Albany County Commission on February 2nd, 2021. I move that we adjourn 2:05. Wow, that's a day. But if you guys will give us just a bit to maybe go use the bathroom or whatever, and we'll be right back in to start the work session at 2:00. Will that work, Jackie? Or okay.